And good morning, race fans. It's Sunday, exciting day in the 138th running of the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines, Ontario. We're live, and you can see our next event, first final of the day, the mixed PR3 double, getting ready to go. And we've got an entry from, in lane 3, US Para NT. With Sarah Menifee and Ben Washburn. And from St. Catharines in lane 4, we've got Andrew Todd with Mia Biancanello. And in lane 5, we've got Alex Flynn and Sage Harper from, again, US Para NT. And in lane 6, we've got Joanna Bayer and Matt Simmons with US Para as well. And in lane 7, we've got West Side entry from Buffalo, New York. We've got Sarah Fraser-Kim and Andrew McClellan in lane 7 from West Side out of Buffalo. And in lane 8, we've got a single entry there from West Side from Madison Eberhard. So we're looking forward to that mixed PR3 double. And you can probably hear bustle and hustle around mission control here at the St. Catharines Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. We've got much going on here, getting ready for the day, and we've got our officials getting athletes ready to go, and we're just getting these doubles into the starting gates, and we'll be back. Talk to you soon. Okay, and good morning, race fans. Just in case we missed you in the introduction, we're coming to you from the 138th running of the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. It's great to be back. We missed you over the last couple of years, and very exciting to get everybody back here in St. Catharines, as I said yesterday. Driving down Main Street towards scorecard areas in the grandstand. Many license plates from all over the U.S. and Canada, so it's very exciting to have all of our friends back. And from very traditional places. It's wonderful to see Mexico back, wonderful to see our folks from all over the United States visiting us here, and really energizing for sure. And a couple shout outs, just wanted to, again, I introduced one of the trophies yesterday, the Henley Island Helpers Trophy, and those wonderful volunteers provide all your food and beverage options down there, breakfast, and all that money goes back into rowing. And a huge supporter of rowing in the community as well, Scorecard Harry's just down the street with boats that they've donated in our boathouse. Many thanks to Mike and his crew. So if you're looking for a cold beverage or a break down Main Street, they're always large supporters of rowing here in St. Catharines. And we're just about to get going with our event, the mixed PR3 double. As I introduced earlier, in lane 3 we have the U.S. Paranational. Sarah Menifee and Ben Washburn. St. Catharines Rowing Club in lane 4 with Andrew Todd and Mia Biancanello. And in lane 5, again, U.S. Paranationals, we've got Alex Flynn and Sage Harper. And we've got in lane 6, Joanna Bayer and Matt Simmons coming to us again from U.S. Paranationals. And we've got our entry in the double race from West Side in lane 7, Sarah Fraser Kim, along with Andrew McClellan. And we've got a single entry in this PR event out of West Side in lane 8, and that's Madison Eberhard. So just getting ready to go. Looks like they're in the gates receiving official instructions, and I'm going to point those bows down the course and go at it any minute. So we are looking forward to seeing those oars square up and those boats take off. And again, this is a para event to kick the day off. The mixed PR3 double, and we've got that unofficial timer at 0.0, ready to see the clock ticking. You can imagine the anxieties rising in those oars people right now in the starting gates, quite anxious about getting this race going and what's going to unfold in the next 2,000 meters. So we look forward to a great race. And as we get ready to go, looks like they're just straightening things up, straightening the boats up. Just want to let you know it's not, there's many voices and efforts involved in putting this together. So many thanks to Sebi, Luca, Yana, Nathan, and Sarah, who are running the show around here behind our live stream. Yesterday and every day needed, Nancy Storrs is always the voice behind the live stream. So Nancy's either coaching, narrating, commentating, fixing, and we could never run these things without Nancy. Nancy Storrs, absolute legend in rowing circles, from being an Olympian herself, national team member in the States, to coaching national team and club rowers, high school rowers, anybody that wants a coach, Nancy's always there for them. So Nancy, big shout out to you as we get this Sunday finals going. We're just about to square the oars up and take off here in the PR3 double. And again, that's a mixed event. So we're looking forward to going. And we've got another PR event. The PR3 coxed 4 is at 150 today, just if you're looking for that one. And thanks, Nancy, for the update. And today, again, we're going to be bringing you a variety of shots. You've got the view right now from the starting gates, lane 4 and 5. So we're looking at, I think that's St. Catharines Rowing Club with Mia and Andrew. And on the right-hand side of your screen, in the red boat, is the U.S. Paranationals, Alex Flynn and Sage Harper. We're also, as you can see, our boat cam right there. That's Luca Cartfleshfully doing his thing out there and giving us some live shots from the water. And he's currently at the 500-meter mark, ready to go. So looks like our rowers are sitting up. Just about to square up their oars. Here we go. Again, it's the PR3 double if you're just joining us. It's a mixed event. And their oars are squared up and they're off. We've got to start, folks, and they are going. Great work in our doubles. Fantastic start from St. Catharines there. Mia leading the charge out of stroke seat. Mia Biancanello. Also a St. Francis Secondary School grad here in St. Catharines. And we've got that red boat, our U.S. Paranationals, in lane 3 looking strong. And once we get a bit of a wider view, we'll be able to tell you who's out front. Great field, great to see the U.S. Paranationals here with 3 entries. And there's another view of our group from U.S. Paranationals. I believe that is Alex Flynn and Sage Harper out of lane 5. And they do look to have punched out there a little bit ahead along with the St. Catharines Rowing Club entry. And just trying to get a view, a bit wider view of what's happening here. I think Paranationals are out there with St. Catharines Rowing Club. You can see them right about to come up on your screen. There they are, red singlet there. That is our lane 5 entry out of U.S. Paranationals, Alex Flynn and Sage Harper, as I said. And right with them is the St. Catharines Rowing Club, Andrew Todd and Mia Biancanello. Definitely putting a challenge in there, looking really sharp. Their blade entry is excellent out of that lane 4 St. Catharines Rowing Club entry. Mia there in stroke, and Andrew Todd in bow. Looks like a tight race here, folks. We've also got the U.S. Paranational entry in lane 3 right there with them, Sarah Menifee and Ben Washburn. Looks like we've got those 3 boats within about half a length of each other, and they are approaching the third 500 meters. And again, that's they're into the third 5, and that is when the legs are burning, the lungs are exploding. Absolute terror of a 500, but it does tend to separate the boats a bit. And that's a real challenge for any oars person, any race, to get through this third 500 meters. And they're looking strong here in those top 3 boats. And tough race, I mean, jumping into the mix and racing the doubles. You've got Madison Eberhard and Westside. Don't forget she's rowing a single to get this race in the mixed PR3 event. And very difficult to race against those doubles. So kudos to her for getting right in there with the doubles. But it looks as though we've got the U.S. Paranational St. Catharines Rowing Club maybe in the lead there in lane 4. And the other U.S. Paranationals entry in lane 3 seem to be leading the charge. Followed by our west side double in lane 7. And again, don't forget Madison is racing a single against these doubles, which is a huge ask. So great work. And again, it looks like St. Catharines Rowing Club is in control of this race. They've managed to push out ahead of the U.S. Paranationals there in lane 5. And that's St. Catharines and North Star, sorry. Andrew Todd coming to us from North Star Rowing Club out of Nova Scotia. And he is absolutely flying the North Star flag. And yesterday I mentioned Neil Campbell and the new building as part of our Canada Summer Games infrastructure here in St. Catharines. Looks like Andrew Todd is flying the flag of North Star and the tradition made famous by Bob Mills out of North Star, world champion in the 1985 men's quadruple sculls, and bronze medal winner in the LA Olympics against the legendary Peter Michael Kolbe of Germany and Pertti Karppinen of Finland. Bob Mills, North Star Rowing Club, in there for a bronze medal. So great to see North Star back. Andrew Todd in this one for North Star. And he's with me at Biancanello from St. Catharines Rowing Club in this mixed PR3 double. And they're entering that last 500 meters. They're going to be sprinting to the finish line. Let's try to get a view of exactly where things stand. And it is looking like that mixed double with St. Catharines Rowing Club, Mia Biancanello and Andrew Todd from North Star, really in control of this race, looking sharp. You know, their blade entry is absolutely immaculate together, and really making that boat move. And they are followed, I believe, by our U.S. Paranationals entry in lane 3 and our U.S. Paranational group in lane 5. So I think lane 5 U.S. Paranationals are in second place, and that would be Alex Flynn and Sage Harper. And our other U.S. Paranational double right in the mix is Sarah Menifee and Ben Washburn in lane 3. So they're bringing it home here. Hopefully we've got lots of people in the stands cheering them on. They can hear you at this point. Sorry. So get those voices booming and cheer on this group. We've got a nice race with 3 boats coming ahead of everybody else. So definitely a battle royale going on between the 2 U.S. Paranational boats in lane 3 and 5. And again, it looks as though our mixed PR3 double of Mia Biancanello and Andrew Todd are really enjoying an open water lead, feeling comfortable, making sure their course is spot on, just dead straight, and they are just making sure they stay clean with their entry and exit from the water, and get to that finish line in first, because they are certainly there right now. And they're in a bit of a race on their own. They don't have anybody on their left or right, so they're just going to keep on trying to push away from those crews, trying to chase them down. And that's the U.S. Paranationals. And just to note, our group out of lane 3, Sarah Menifee and Ben Washburn, have definitely nudged ahead of their colleagues over in lane 5, Alex Flynn and Sage Harper. So lane 3, U.S. Paranationals, Sarah and Ben are in second place. And here comes that entry from St. Catharines Rowing Club and North Star. You've got Andrew Todd, and Mia Biancanello bringing it home here, bringing up the rate through the line first. That's them. Please excuse the sun overexposure on us there, but yeah, it's the time of day. And there's our first entry from U.S. Paranationals in lane 3, Sarah Menifee and Ben Washburn. And just following them up out of lane 5 is going to be Alex Flynn and Sage Harper, crossing the line, and we are going to see, not sure whether Joanna Bayer and Matt Simmons are ahead of Sarah Fraser Kim and Andrew McClellan, but they're coming through the line shortly here. It's looking like we've got the west side entry. Just trying to get a bow number on this one. That is, I believe, lane 6, U.S. Paranationals, Joanna Bayer and Matt Simmons coming through the line right now. And in lane 7, we've got our west side entry just coming into the last 100 meters and working hard. And that course staying true for them. That's a great shot of our west side PR3 double, bringing it right to the finish line. So good job for Sarah and Andrew out of West Side Rowing Club. And don't forget, coming in behind them is Madison Eberhard. Madison is doing the great courageous thing and racing the doubles with her single. So she is coming into view shortly as well. And that's a big ask, and great job from Sarah Eberhard out of West Side Rowing Club, Buffalo, New York, racing a single. And those are your unofficial results, folks. We have North Star Rowing and St. Catharines Rowing Club combination of Andrew Todd and Mia Biancanello coming through the line at 7:15:24. That's unofficial, followed by our 3 para national entries, lane 3, lane 5, lane 6. and then West Side double, PR3 double, and our single Madison. I think we're about to get a shot of both of them together coming up momentarily. There they are. You can just see behind our illustration there, the double, and there we go. And Madison Eberhard into the last 75 meters or so, 100 meters. Working hard to that finish line. Good for all of them. Great race, folks, to kick off the day on this August 7th, 2022, the 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. And here comes West Side in our double, just to the finish line. And Madison Eberhard finishing things off for us. Great job, everybody. And again, I just wanted to make sure, there are many volunteers to make this happen. Just in the live stream alone, you've got Seb, Luca, Yana, Nathan, and Sarah over all these days of Henley. It's a big regatta, and they're making the live stream happen. Again, Nancy Storrs, the voice of rowing, has been with you most of the time. Rana Lockyer was here the other day for a few hours, so shout out to all of them bringing the Henley Regatta to you across the world, really, and it's great to be back. And that is our completion of the PR3 double. We're a little bit behind schedule, folks. That double race was to go at 9:30. Our next race is the women's under 19 quad, I believe, quadruple sculls. And we'll try to get back on track. That event is scheduled for 10 o'clock, so we are on track. It's about 9:50, I believe, right now, 9:51. And our quadruple sculls are next up on the rowing course. Stay tuned. Okay, folks, we're back live here at the 138th running of the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Great to be back. And we're going to be going with event number 59 shortly. It's the women's under 19 quadruple sculls. I love this event. They're racing for the Thomas Gannon Memorial Trophy. You've got 4 athletes. If you're new to rowing, there are 4 athletes sculling, which means 4 athletes with 2 blades each, 2 oars each. And it's just a fierce race. You've got, as I said, these 4 athletes. They're all sculling. There's lots going on, 8 oars flying. And the quad sculls event is almost as fast as an 8, but with 4 athletes. Very technical. As I said, with our entry from North Star Rowing Club in that mixed PR double, it was great to see North Star back. Bob Mills was a bow of our 1985 World Championship quadruple sculls, and just a phenomenal event. And that was really my introduction to quad sculls, was watching those gentlemen train in St. Catharines and take on the world in 1985. I always love seeing this race. We've got the under 19 women's quad, and we've got entries from CBC, Cambridge, Massachusetts in lane 2. Sophia Grossman, Courtney Fitzmaurice, Ava Lewis, and Sophia Manning out of lane 2 for CBC. In lane 3, we've got the St. Catharines Rowing Club. Watch out for this one. They will be fast. Pride of Blessed Trinity in bow, Quinn Yesford. In the St. Catharines quad, you've got Madeline Enns, Ingrid Esius from Eden, along with Stroke. Super fast Makeda Harrison, so we're looking forward to watching them. Our local favorites from St. Catharines Rowing Club. And another entry from our friends at CBC, Cambridge Boat Club. We've got Audrey Loeb, PJ Balaze, Sarah Johnson, and the Avery Packard from CBC in lane 4. And we've got the Argos. This is going to be a fast boat too. Julia Texera, she is bow of that quad, and she is in the Ontario team for the Canada Summer Games, so it should be exciting to see her. Erica Porter in 2, Jackie Gronwig in 3, and Ava Semenek in stroke for the Argos. Ottawa Rowing Club, great to see them here. Dahlia Rostam, Elsa Mediation, and 3-seat Maddie Leroux. Pride of Ottawa, looking forward to seeing that champ take things on in 3-seat, and Katie Colby stroking that Ottawa boat. And in lane 7, Fairmount Rowing Club from Philadelphia. Great to see you back. Just a little ditty on Fairmount. They are out of Boathouse Row. And thanks to them a little bit after the fact, but 1999, 1998, I was in the Stotesbury Cup with a crew from Lakeshore Catholic High School, the first winners of the women's quadruple sculls at Stotesbury Cup. And Fairmount Rowing Club lent us a quad. Lovely people, and helped us out to win that first quad sculls at the Stoats. You've got Audrey Seeger in bow, Caden Collins in 2, McKenna Reardon in 3, and Grace Murphy in 4. And that Fairmount representative, my buddy Jake Hampson, shout out through YouTube to Jake and his buddies in Philly. Jake, St. Catharines boy, rode for Temple, and now has the Kite and Key. Looking for a cool drink and great food, Kite and Key on Callow Hill Street in Philadelphia is the answer. And Jake Hampson will take care of you, as he did for me out of Fairmount, looking for that quad sculls for my crew from Lakeshore Catholic back in the day, making us feel old. But we are young again, because we're watching this women's under 19 quad about to take off. This is going to be a very good race. As I mentioned, a number of local names here from St. Catharines, Argos, and Ottawa that have played some significant parts in youth rowing here in Ontario. So looking forward to the likes of them just flying down the course. So look for Cambridge and Argos out of lane 4 and 5 to kick things off. There you go. That's the left-hand side crew with the light blue blades. That's CBC out of Boston, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Argos with the navy and light blue blades. And they are off and running. This is going to be a dynamic race, lots of speed, great technical aspects to it. And there you go, St. Catharines Rowing Club with Makeda in stroke seat. You can see there another CBC entry out of lane 2 in view right now. So we shall see in a minute, because I'm sure it's anybody's race at this point, just out of the first 150 meters or so, but they are flying, as you can see. I'm going to try to get a stroke rate for you. And we're just trying to get a good stroke rate on our boats here. We've got Argos at a 38. As I said, it's a dynamic race, and Argos is really taking off at a 38 rate. Let's check out Ottawa. Ottawa's at about a 36. So that might serve them well if they can maintain a nice long low rate. And I'm sure Maddie Leroux in 3 seat there is really powering it through and keeping things long in that Ottawa boat, stroked by Katie Colby. And they are looking sharp in the Ottawa boat. They're right in a absolute fight with the Argos in lane 5, and it looks like we've got CBC over in lane 2. Actually, my bad. I think that's CBC at lane 4 with Audrey Loeb, PJ Balazzi, Cyril Johnson, and Avery Packard. I think that's them at lane 4. So there's a good view of Ottawa with the red and royal sash in their singlet. And they'll stick to it. They started at a nice low rate, 36 rate, and we'll see if Argos can keep up that 37 or 38. They're 39 right now, so they are really going at a pretty high rate, and that has got them out ahead of the group. But we've got a great view coming to you from the starting gates where we can see the course. Here we go, and that is Argos out front with the light and navy stripes singlets, and looks like Ottawa right behind them. But we'll get a better view. But I think it is Argos, Ottawa, followed by CBC out of lane 4. Sorry, Cambridge out lane 4. And it's a great race here. I do think that we've got about 3 boats all within a length of each other. Ottawa should hang in there. There's a bow of this lane 7 Fairmount Rowing Club right there behind Ottawa. But it looks like Argos is in control, although CBC is right there with them in lane 4. That's the lane 4 CBC boat, Cambridge, Massachusetts, hanging in there with Argos and putting on some significant pressure. We'll see what happens after this. This is a third 500 meters. And this is all guts. Everything's burning. Really question yourself as to what this crazy race is all about. But it's definitely a test of will in the third 5, and it's when people separate themselves. And it looks like CBC is trying to separate themselves right now from Argos, and we'll see if they're successful after this third 500 meters. You can see, I can see on another image, there you go, Ottawa is really digging deep, and looks like they've brought up the stroke rate and really going after it. That bow person checking over her shoulder to see where they're at going into this last 500 meters. But Argos is all business, and don't forget, folks, we do have a significant angle. So if you're looking straight across the course, that's not the most accurate display of what is at the finish line, because compared to what you are seeing on the land, there is an angle on the water. So we shall see shortly just what's happening between Argos and CBC, because they are an absolute battle royale here. Lane 4 and 5, Cambridge Boat Club and Argonauts out of Toronto there. Looks like CBC's pulled ahead. They really pushed it down in the last, in the third 5 to test Argos, and Argos is trying to hang in there. See what happens approaching that line, but it does look like CBC's taking control of the race in lane 4. That's Audrey Loeb, PJ Balazzi, Cyril Johnson, and Avery Packard. Really driving those legs down and challenging the rest of the field to go with them. And I don't know if anybody else has an answer, but Argos is certainly trying to stay there with them. And I'm not sure if that's in vain or not, but they're hanging in there. I'm not getting a great view to be able to get a stroke rate on them. Let's see. Yeah, we've got CBC in lane 4 striking at about 38.5 strokes per minute. Really bringing it home in the last 200 meters here. They can hear you yelling for them, folks, in the grandstand. Make sure you're loud and proud. Cambridge Boat Club looks as though they are taking control of this race. And that all started in the third 500 meters. CBC laid it down and let people know who they are for sure. as they bring it into our grandstand. We can see they're cheering them on, jumping up and down. And come on, Argos, let's give them a run. Last 100 meters, Argos is going to crank that rate up. And this is the Women's Under-19 Quad Sculls Thomas Gannon Memorial Trophy, and it looks like Cambridge Boat Club in lane 4 is going to grab onto that trophy and hang on to it as they cross the finish line in first place. So congratulations to CBC. Out of lane 4, and we've got Argos in lane 5. Valiant effort, courageous, coming in second. And we have our entry from, I think that's Ottawa Rowing Club, in third. And the rest of our field rounding it out, folks. But we had a great race there between St. Catharines and Cambridge in lane 2 and 3. And there we go. Those are the unofficial results. And just a highlight for rowers new to the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, it is a fantastic regatta, very competitive, and there's only gold. So you know, when Cambridge is putting that down in the third 5 and going for it, and trying to nose out ahead of Argos and just bringing it home in those last 250, that's all for a gold medal. There is no silver and bronze at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta is a tradition. And our medal winner is Cambridge Boat Club in lane 4. Next up, we've got the senior lightweight quadruple sculls. They're just getting into the gates right now. I'm looking on my other monitor. A great view of the Neil Campbell Rowing Center here in St. Catharines. There you go. Quadruple sculls are just backing it into the gates right now. Men's senior lightweight quad, and they're racing for the Thomas Edison Lane Perpetual Trophy, and that is our event 60. So we're looking forward to this race. It should be a fast one. As I said, these quad sculls are lightning fast. You've got a group out of Leander in lane 3, and that's Liam McDonald, Jack Thorpe, James Sinclair, and Alexander Croman from Leander out of Hamilton, Ontario. Coming to us from Cambridge, Boston area, Riverside Boat Club. Pride of the Head of the Charles. We've got Riverside coming to us with Ben Gunther in bow, Felix Diaz in 2, Tiernan Green in 3 seat, and stroking the boat is Kieran Dunn. And from UVic, all the way from Victoria, British Columbia, even though we've got a St. Catharines Niagara boy in there. But we've got Matt Thompson in bow, Oliver Batuk in 2, Adam Miller in 3 seat, and stroking the boat, as I said, from Niagara, Giancarlo Di Pompeo, transplant from St. Catharines out west to university, and he's a Victoria boy now. And then we've got lane 6, Ottawa Rowing Club. We've got bow Mackenzie Von Graham. We've got in 2 seat Alexander Ladage, 3 seat Paul Zaporson, and stroke Fabian Arazo. And they are getting ready. There's Ottawa getting ready to go in those red singlets with the royal blue sash across their chest. And great to see them in this race. Great buddy of mine, coach for years out of Ottawa Rowing Club. You've got Matt Miller. You've got Brett Miller, Mike Van Genevort, all coaching out of Ottawa Rowing Club at one time. And probably the original St. Catharines transplant to the Ottawa Rowing Club, our early coach there, Sean Dowd. Just a shout out to him. He was coaching there in the late 80s. So we're looking forward to Ottawa in this race. And as I said, everybody's back for the Henley, so it's great to see Riverside Boat Club, longtime competitor here at Henley, and one of our hosts at the Head of the Charles in Boston. Great race in October up here for the Henley Regatta. So they're getting ready to go. Blades are squared up. You can see Riverside in a moment. We're just watching the presentation of CBC receiving that gold medal. Look at that trophy, folks. That's what they're racing for. And there they go. That's our quad sculls off and running. You can see Riverside with the striped blades on your left, and you've got UVic on their right. And that's Leander over in lane 3. There's a good shot of Riverside right in front of you, and to the left, that's Leander out of Hamilton, Ontario. And they're going at it. Lightweight sculls, quad sculls, men's senior lightweight quad sculls, Thomas and Edison Lane Perpetual Trophy. And this is for all of it, folks. Just they're going after a gold medal. There's Uvek. Great shot of Giancarlo Di Pompeo there in stroke and setting the pace. Let's get a stroke rate on these guys. And that's Ottawa, and they are at about a 38 rate. So they're going hard. And they're in that first 500 meters still, just in 3/4 of the way through it. And that stroke rate is flying. As I said, the quadruple sculls race is a really dynamic one for oarsmen or oarswomen, depending on the race event. And they've got 2 oars each, so very technical. That's lane 5 there coming into view, Uvek. And let's get a rate on them. 39 strokes per minute. Giancarlo is absolutely on fire. He knows what the Henley Gold is all about, and he's going after it in this Uvek quad sculls, trying to separate themselves early in that first 500. They're into the second 500 meters right now, and they're looking clean. Look at that Uvek boat. Some great technical work in that quad sculls by Uvek. And in bow seat there, you've got Matt Thompson. There's a good view of Oliver in 2 seat, and Adam Miller in the engine room in 3 seat. And look at Giancarlo Di Pompeo there in stroke with the white hat. He is absolutely bringing this one home. He knows rowing in front of that dock. A lot of St. Catharines folks watching him, secretly cheering him on as he's jumped to the other team moving to Victoria. But we will still love him here in St. Catharines as he is helping that crew, setting that pace for that Uvek crew to jump out front. Looks like they have control of the race right now. Second 500 meters, and you can bet that they will be absolutely hammering those legs down coming into the third 5. They're going to do something right here at this pylon. That's the entry into the third 500 meters. And I'm sure Giancarlo knows the landscape well. He's going to be revving that up for the third 5 to try to separate themselves from the rest of the field, because that's where it all happens, folks, right here. They're rowing in front of the rowing club right now. You're about to get a view of them rowing in front of the boathouse and setting the tone for the rest of the race because they've got this one under control. But now is the time that Uvek wants to really hammer it down and just bury everybody from coming back. And they'll try to reel Uvek in this third 5. You can bet Leander and Riverside are really working hard. Looks as though they're working hard at trying to reel Uvek in, but I don't know if that's possible at this point. They're just coming to our view. We've got a great shot from around the dock area. Oh, there's a boat shot with Luca helping us out on the live cam. And that shot right there is from the rowing club docks. And you can see, I think that's Leander or Ottawa trying to reel in Uvek. And we shall see shortly. But I think Uvek has this one. That's Uvek there. They've got this one under control. And it will be very difficult for anybody to take a chunk out of that lead. But they'll try. There we go. I think Leander's working really hard there. Yeah, it's Leander in lane 3, trying to reel Uvek back in. But I don't think Giancarlo and his crewmates are going to have any part of that. They're going into that last 500 meters absolutely flying. And of course, they've got the adrenaline of seeing that gold medal ahead of them. Trying to get a stroke rate on them. They're at about a 36, 37 strokes per minute in that Uvek quad, and they know they're in the last 500. They can hear you in the grandstand as they dip those oars in and drive them through. And they know they've got this one. They just need to stay clean, stay in their lane, and they can hear you cheering them on, and they are just going to go for it. Great confidence knowing that there's nobody on your left or right, and your competitors are in the distance, and those Uvek guys are just going to be trying to put as much distance between them and the next boat as possible. And it's really just a race for second place here between Leander folks and Riverside. So we shall see what happens there. It's a different race. Uvek is out there all on their own. Great display of rowing the quad sculls. And they're bringing it home. They're in the red buoys now, folks. They are in the last 200 meters. There you go. And the grandstands, people standing up, cheering them on. And great display, and I'm sure very happy Giancarlo in stroke seat, leading the way for Adam Miller, Oliver Betek, and Matt Thompson for the rest of the boat. They're going to be definitely tasting Henley Gold momentarily coming through in the last 10 strokes here. To finish off in a nice time of just over 6 minutes. It's going to be around 6:03, I think. I've got to sharpen my timing button here, but it's a 6:07. Great effort, and they're patting each other in the back, splashing some water, feeling good. Yes, Giancarlo, fist in the air, good work, buddy. And it's a Henley Gold. That feels good. Here's a shot of Ottawa, and there we go. That's looks like our group from Riverside, I think, beat Leander for second place, and Ottawa bringing the boat through now on the finish line. Great race. University of Victoria in first, Riverside Boat Club in second, as I said, Leander in third, and Ottawa in fourth. And those are unofficial results. Don't hesitate to go to Regatta Central or Regatta Master, folks, for your official results. So at this time it's unofficial, but very official that University of Victoria ran away with that one. That was very exciting. And the men's senior lightweight quad, that was for the Thomas Edison Lane Perpetual Trophy, event number 60. So we're looking forward to our next race, and that will be our women's championship pair. So championship pair, basically anybody in the world can enter. It's an elite event number 61, women's championship pair, Suzanne and James Schaub Trophy. And you've got, and when I say elite, you've got some great oars women coming your way in this women's championship pair. You've got the entry from Roe, Ontario, Maya Mesculet and Leah Till, just back from Varese, Italy. They were the pair. They made the final in the under 23 pair at the World Championships. So that's exciting to see them here, and they will be wanting to come home and go hard at this one. So watch out for them in lane 3. And from Vesper Boat Club, Philadelphia, PA, Elaine Tierney and Solveig Imsdal, the stroke seat for Vesper in lane 4. And lane 5, Calgary Rowing Club, Kendra Hartley, along with Olivia McMurray. They are the Calgary Rowing Club entry in lane 5. You've got Seattle Scullers in lane 6, Parker Illingworth and Kate Mistrenko from Seattle Scullers. I think Kate comes to us from Washington State, if I'm not mistaken, and great to see her here. And her crew from the Seattle Scullers in lane 6. And in lane 7, you've got Tegan Orth stroking the pair for Roe, Ontario, with Fiona Elliott. Fiona out of Sarnia, Ontario, teaming up with Tegan Orth, University of Virginia athlete, graduate of St. Francis Catholic Secondary School in St. Catharines. So it's great to see Tegan in that pair. And maybe we've got some surprises coming from Seattle and Vesper, but Roe, Ontario has a couple of great pairs here, and I would think coming back from the World Championships, Maya Mesculet and Leah Till are going to be an exciting pair. Leah Till stroking that pair comes from University of Virginia, and Maya Mesculet, as many might know, Maya is at Yale, rowing for Yale as well as Canada. So we shall see. They're in the starting gates right now, getting ready to go. And let's see what happens here. It looks like they're under official orders right now, straightening the boats out, getting ready to go. I haven't seen the oars square up yet, but we're just seeing that quad sculls. Carol Purser taking a great picture down there of our UVic quad. Thanks, Carol, president of Rowing Canada. And very happy to take a picture of these guys getting their quad sculls medals. Look at that trophy. Folks, that's what they're fighting for. That's what Henley's all about. Great amateur sport. And as I said, we got Leah Till and Maya Mesculet, the pride of Rowing Canada, in lane 3. That should be exciting. Again, Leah coming to us from Virginia, University of Virginia, and Maya, Yale University. And they're just coming back from Varese, Italy, where they were in the final, A final of the women's pair, under 23 pair. So let's see what they've got today. Hopefully they've recovered from the jet lag and they're out there. And the race has started in the pair. Let's try to get a stroke rate. And I'm going to try to get a stroke rate out of lane 4 there. Let's see, you got 42 strokes per minute, and that's out of lane 4, Vesper Boat Club. And I know Maya is going to be absolutely flying here. She's in the 40s in that pair, that Row Ontario pair. Really quick, that's 45 strokes per minute from Maya and Leah in the pair out of lane 3. And I said Vesper was out there quick too. Let's see what we have from Calgary. And it looks as though Vesper is having some course problems. And well, Calgary's out there at a 44 as well. Vesper coming back into their lane again. As I said yesterday, this is a very difficult race. It's technique through the roof. You've got a pair of athletes, one or each, so they only control one side of the boat, but it is one of the most difficult races. It's a symphony of agility and feeling what your other partner's doing, because you only have one oar each, trying to balance that pair out, and to make that thing go is absolutely magic. So it is very difficult. There we go. That's Maya, I think, and Leah out of lane 3. And it looks like they are out there in first place, and they will drive the legs down. Very experienced pair of those two, competing at the world level, obviously, and the NCAA level at Yale University in Virginia, both very elite programs in the United States. So they know what they're doing, and they're going to really get into a rhythm here. I'm going to guess that Maya's going to set a pace of about 37, 38 strokes per minute for the body of the race. She's at a 38 right now, folks, and they started out at about a 45 stroke rate. Absolutely on fire. They make this pair sing. I think they were 4th or 5th in the A final in the under-23 World Championships, these two. So they are definitely going to try to put on a clinic here. And basically just stepped off the plane a couple of days ago, so that should be interesting. That's Vesper trying to reel them in a bit. But you are absolutely trying to, it's like trying to fish for a shark with a bass rod. You are not going to win that battle, folks. It's a great elite group coming to you there. And they're doing their best to fly the Shark Tank flag with pride there for Hudson Boatworks. That's what they're rowing in lane 3. Vesper beside them in lane 4, and you've got Calgary Rowing Club right in the middle of the course in lane 5. See where Seattle Scullers is. They're over there in lane 6, and they've got a battle going on with Tegan Orth and Fiona Elliott out of Row Ontario in lane 7. But as I said, we've got a great boat cam right now shot. Maybe we can get it up there of the pair from Row Ontario of Maya and Leah. They seem to be setting. There you go, boat cam. Thanks, Luca. Sebi bringing the switcher to me for that one. And it does look like Leah and Maya are taking control of this race. They're in the third 500 meters, and they will be trying to get as much distance between themselves and anybody else as possible. Maintaining that 38 strokes per minute. Vesper chasing them down. And Calgary neck and neck with Vesper. So let's see what we have happen here. Third 500 meters, 37, 38 strokes per minute. Leah Till and Maya, they're taking command of this race. Now it is open water to Vesper, and they're about half a boat up on Calgary Rowing Club. But this race is never over. As I said, the pair is a very technical race. There's a great shot from Luca of that pair of Maya Mescalet and Leah Till. And Leah is stroking and Maya is in bow. You can see that Y on her singlet for Yale University. They are going to bring this thing home in the last 500. They're out in front by multiple boats open water. That is a great shot of Vesper chasing them down with Calgary Rowing Club right there. It's a race for second place, folks. Calgary looking really solid technically, and they're stroking about 36 strokes per minute, 35. Valiant effort trying to reel these girls in, Leah Till and Maya Mescala, but that's not going to happen. It is a very technical race, as I said, so Leah and Maya will be just trying to row the last 500 nice and clean, not getting caught up. Nice straight course, and I'm just going to try to get a stroke rate on them. 36 strokes per minute, very comfortable. As I said, they're just going to maintain that pace, try to stay clean, keep the boat straight, stay out of the buoys, and cross that finish line first. So they know they've got it. They're just going to be trying to push away, create as much distance between them and the next crew, but at the same time, not worth the risk of any issues with the course or buoys or anything else. They just want to bring that race home clean, and they're absolutely going to stomp the legs down in the last 200 meters when they enter into the red buoys. And huge effort here from Vesper Rowing Club and Calgary absolutely going at it. Calgary's really come on in the last 100 meters. Kendra Hartley and Olivia McMurray out of Calgary Rowing Club in lane 5. They're going toe-to-toe with Vesper out of Philadelphia. Vesper in lane 4. And looks like Tegan Orth and Fiona Elliott have won that battle against the Seattle Scullers, so great for them. And they are coming to us out of lane 7. They can hear you in the grandstands, folks. Make sure you cheer loud and proud for them. Leah Till stroking this pair. Look, she's cranking it right up. Maya's going with her. They're bringing it home last 50 meters or so, and they're at about a 44 rate, showing everybody how it's done, and they're finishing this off with class. Really a great clinic, and gotta hand it to Calgary. They've really come on in the last 200 meters now. They've outraced, I think, Vesper. I think they're going to take it in second place. Look at there's Leah, she's excited, and Maya happy to get a Henley Gold. And yes, Calgary Rowing Club beat Vesper Rowing Club for second place, and great work, Row Ontario. Maya Mescala and Bow, Leah Till and Stroke winning that championship pair. It's an elite event. Second place Calgary Rowing Club, followed by Vesper. You're going to see Row Ontario from lane 7. That is Fiona Elliott and Tegan Orth next across the line, and followed by Seattle Scullers. So folks, that was a great race. Just wonderful seeing those elite athletes come home to Henley. And you know how much Henley means to people when they're flying back from Italy just at a World Championship to rev it back up and make sure they get into a race at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines, our 138th running. Very exciting. And that pair race is followed up by our men's championship pair. Again, just the championship pair is an elite event, regardless of whether it's a pair, single, or 8. The championship pair, you can enter from any rowing club, and you, as I said, you could just be at the Worlds, as our girls were in that pair that just won, and row the championship event. So this is an elite event. They're going to be fighting it out here in the men's championship pair for the William J. Cotter Trophy. And in lane 2, we've got California, Mark Levinson, Griffin Dunn. And we've got lane 3, Buffalo Scholastic, Colin Hay, Nathaniel Sass. Lane 4, California again, James Pushner, Christian Tabash. And lane 5, California, Caleb Edmonston and Peter Chattain. Lane 6, we've got Mendota Boat Club. So Mendota, a bunch of races, finals yesterday, so they're doing very well today. So it's great to see Mendota here from Madison, Wisconsin. And the other entry in lane 7 from Mendota, you've got Michael Horn and Aiden Schmidt. So the first one, lane 6, was Breck Duncan and Josh Golbus. And those pairs are all getting ready to go in the men's championship pair. And California definitely enthusiastic in this event. And let's see what we've got. Folks are getting ready to go. And Griffin Dunn, I just checked his specs out, coming from the Naval Academy. He was on the under-23 national team for the U.S. So we've got some great talent here, folks, and I can't look them all up, but you know, that's just an example. Griffin, coming from the Naval Academy and the under-23 team for the U.S., is giving you an example of the level of talent that the Henley is giving us. And James Pushner is also from the Naval Academy here, rowing out of California at the Henley. So they're off and running. Let's see what they're going to do in this men's championship pair. It'll be a battle royale right to the finish line. And there you go, in your view right now, the women's championship pair, Suzanne and James Schaub Trophy, and that is Maya Mescalet with the pink hat on there, red hat, and that is Leah Till, the stroke of that pair. Just coming home to you from the under-23 World Championships representing Canada, joining together for that championship pair gold. Very exciting. And we're in the middle of this pair race, folks, so we are getting to that right now. And they're still in the first 500 meters. We're going to try to see where things are at. We have, very difficult to get a view here of, because I can't see their bow numbers. But I think that's Buffalo Scholastic, or maybe Mendota in lane, yeah, it's Mendota lane 6. You can see Mendota on the far right, lane 7, and beside them in lane 5 is California. And it does look like a very tight race here, folks. They're into the second 500 meters. The two Mendota boats, you've got 3 California boats and Buffalo Scholastic, and they can move these boats, folks. As I said, it's the men's championship pair. Absolute elite race here at the Henley. And we've got lane 3, 4, and 5 all within a boat length of each other. Buffalo Scholastic at 3, and then the 2 California boats battling it out. And then we've got, here they go, Mendota in lane 6. And followed by Mendota in lane 7 coming into view right there. So it looks like California in lane 5 is taking control of this race. Chased down by California in lane 4. James Pushner and Christian Tabash trying to reel them in at lane 6. Lane 5, sorry, they're trying to reel in Caleb Edmondson and Peter Chattain out of lane 5 for California. And hopefully we can get a view of our lanes 2 and 3 from California and Buffalo Scholastic, because they were right in it. There you go. They were right in it as well. That's our boat cam. Really great view of just the battle of wills that's going on right now. It's a tight race, folks. Those are your 2 California boats, lanes 4 and 5 going at it. And there you go. That's Buffalo Scholastic in lane 3 right there with them, and trying to hang on here closest to the screen. And just the tail end of the boat there is the other California entry out of lane 2. But they are flying out there. Very tight race between Buffalo and the 2 California boats. Trying to get a stroke rate here for you. .38 rate in that Buffalo Scholastic pair. And about 36 strokes per minute in the California pair. That is in lane 4. But lane 5, that California entry of Caleb Edmondson and Peter Chattain are trying to set the tone there in lane 5. I think they are. Buffalo Scholastic, I think, is in second, trying to reel them in, and they're very tight with the lane 4 entry of James Pushner and Christian Tabash out of lane 4. There's a good view. You can see Buffalo Scholastic going at it with the California pair in lane 4, and then the California pair in lane 5 setting the tone. But don't forget, we have a significant angle compared to the land. The starting line to the finish line is on a different angle than just standing perpendicular to the course on the land. So lane 5 will look like they're a little bit further ahead than they are just from the camera view. So just be aware of that. 38 strokes per minute in that California boat in lane 5, and they are going to hammer it down here in their last 500 meters, about 400, 300 meters to go. And they've just passed the point, and they're going to be coming by the pedestrian bridge in the next shot. There you go. That's a pedestrian bridge from the finish tower over to JC Park here in St. Catharines. Great view. Lane 5, California, absolutely driving it down. They can taste the finish line right now. They can taste that gold medal. 36, 37 strokes per minute for California at lane 5. Lane 4, 37 strokes per minute. So we're just coming into the red buoys here. California in lane 5 are out front and absolutely going to rev it up here, entering the last 250 meters. They're into it right now. California in lane 4 chasing them. Buffalo Scholastic in lane 3 not giving up. Absolutely trying to hunt them down. So it's looking like it's going to be a very tight finish between Buffalo Scholastic in 3, California in lane 4, and California in lane 5. California in lane 5 has led this race from the start. Let's see if they can do it from tip to toe of this championship pair. Looks like they are, folks. They're absolutely revving it up here in for California lane 5, trying to hold off Buffalo Scholastic out of 3 and California in 4. They look really strong there in lane 5, folks, that California pair. Absolutely brilliant performance start to finish. Let's see where they're at. They're at about a 39 stroke rate right there to finish it off. Very, very nice. Buffalo Scholastic in 2nd, followed by California out of lane 4 in 3rd. And I think you're going to see California at lane 2, followed by Mendota. The 2 Mendota entries in lane 6 and 7. What a great race, folks. Men's championship pair. As I said, an elite event. Yes, we got California rowing lane 5 first, Buffalo Scholastic 2nd, California lane 4 3rd, California lane 2 4th, followed by the 2 Mendota entries of 6 and 7. Those are unofficial results. Make sure you're checking in on Regatta Central, Regatta Master for the official results, folks. And we've got the men's under 19 quad sculls coming, quadruple sculls coming your way. They're in the gates right now getting ready. Just one moment. Okay, men's under 19 quad. What an exciting race for the William BC Burgoyne Memorial Trophy. Huge supporter of rowing, the Burgoyne family, Bill Burgoyne Memorial Trophy. Huge supporter of rowing in St. Catharines Ridley College, and our former owners of the St. Catharines Standard newspaper. So always right in there with Henley coverage, and that's great to see the William Burgoyne Memorial Trophy for the men's under 19 quadruple sculls. This is going to be a fast one. Lane 2, St. Catharines Rowing Club in lane 2, Niskiana in 3, Notre Dame in lane 4. Thunder Crew out of Richmond, BC in lane 5. They're just getting ready to go. Conshohocken in lane 6. Crescent Boat Club coming to us from Philadelphia, PA. Pride of Boathouse Row, Crescent Boat Club. And lane 8, we've got the Quadruple Sculls from Ottawa. And this is going to be an exciting one. Recognize a lot of these names from St. Catharines. Great group of guys. Ethan Mason, William Hughes, Carson Furnick, and Maddox Harrison. Niskiana, I'll try to get through this for everybody. We've got Kevin Felicititis and Zach Richard, Cooper Anderson, and Adam Conrad from Niskiana. And Notre Dame out of Welland, Ontario, John Ross, Matt Johnson, Alicio Perko, and Preston Darling. And they are out of Welland, Ontario. We've got the crew from Richmond, BC, Henry Snow, Eric Tate, Xavier Labrie, and Ted Morden. And they are just about ready to take off here, folks. We've got Conshohocken out of Philly area, John Benson, Bow, Liam Miller, Jace White, Sebastian Sebi, Rawson out of the stroke seat for Conshohocken, and Crescent Boat Club, Nick White, Justin Getty, Thomas Blair, and Ryan Spellman. And Ottawa, the Pride of Ottawa, Ontario, the Capital Rowing Club, Jack Bond, Matt Loconia, Cole Carter and Adam Griesbeck getting ready to take off in the men's under-19 quadruple sculls. And very exciting race, great subscription to that race, many entries. And we've got Niskiana out of Niskiana, New York. Great rowing club, and they're off. So let's check this one out. Great, looks like a clean start for everybody. And that is Notre Dame with the yellow hats on, and Thunder Crew out of Richmond, BC beside them. That's Notre Dame there in the black and gold unisuits on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side, if we can get them into view, that will be Thunder Crew out of Richmond, BC, the pride of University of British Columbia. So let's see how this one goes. They just presented the medals to that California pair from lane 5, Caleb Edmondson and Peter Chattain. Congratulations on winning that championship pair, the William Cotter Trophy. But we're back into this Bill Burgoyne Memorial Trophy race, the men's under-19 quadruple sculls, and just trying to get a view of who we've got where. There's Ottawa, you can see in front of you. Try to get a stroke rate. They're still in the first 500 meters, so they're going to be flying here, folks. Let's see Notre Dame. Let's see if I can get a rate on them. And yeah, they're at a 41. First 500 meters. There's St. Catharines Rowing Club, and they're flying at a 40. So we've got some people sending a message right now in this men's quadruple sculls in this first 500 meters, and it's looking as though they're going with the old philosophy, Neil Campbell special. I'm going to try to run you over in the first 500 and dare you to come and get me. So that seems to be what Notre Dame's doing in lane 4. Pushing out in front, I think, and you've got that lane 6 entry of Conshohocken. They're a great rowing program down there near Philly. It's a tight race, folks. This is exciting. Ooh, Ottawa just caught a crab, so that's hopefully they've recovered from it there. Good for them. And they will be trying really hard in the second 5 to get back into it. But it's looking like Conshohocken is out there. You've got St. Catharines Rowing Club out there. Notre Dame, I really think, put the pedal down early in the first 5, and we'll see if they can maintain that pace. And we've got Conshohocken, you can see, and Thunder Crew in lane 5. But look at, there's Notre Dame. They are still pushing out there, trying to set the tone. I think that is Niskiana, they can see right there, yeah, in the red singlets in lane 3. And we can't see St. Catharines Rowing Club over in lane 2, but they're working hard in the second 5. But I think it's Notre Dame. I think it's Notre Dame and Conshohocken in lane 6. So Notre Dame lane 4, Conshohocken in lane 6. But there's a lot of others within one boat length of these guys, and it will be a battle. This third 500 is going to be a real battle. There's going to be some boats putting on some hard pieces here, just getting into this third 5. The third 5 is really what makes or breaks these crews in a 2,000-meter race. Lungs are burning, legs are burning. You feel like, well, you couldn't be in much worse pain in your life, and that third 5 is a real test of anybody's character, regardless of placement. But looks like Notre Dame is taking control of this race. And if they're going to wearing those hats, I hope they do take control of the race. That is large and in charge with those orange bright hats on. Rowing in front of the Shark Tank right there, Hudson Boat Works and the Shark Tank. And that makes sense because you got 2 Hudson boats there, St. Catharines Rowing Club in a Shark, and you've got Notre Dame in a Hudson Shark as well. Hard to see from that angle, but Conshohocken, you can see with the yellow blades is right there. UBC Thunder Crew there, but look at that's a great view of St. Catharines Rowing Club. Harrison, Maddox Harrison just trying to crank it up there going to the last 500 meters. And it's time to go. They're going to try to reel in that Notre Dame quad. And we'll see if Notre Dame lets them have any part of it. But it's looking like Notre Dame's going to try to take this one home. And the Thunder Crew's right there. And we can't see Conshohocken over in lane 6, but they are there. And They are going to let Notre Dame know what Philly rowing is all about in this last 500 meters. See if Notre Dame can hold them off. They're going to be cranking the rate up here. Let's see if we can get it. Let's see, we've got about a 39 rate out of Notre Dame, so they have brought the rate up a couple of beats going into that. They're just entering the last 250 meters, and they are flying. And let's see them bring it home. They're in the last 200 meters here, folks. Conshohocken in lane 6. Lane 6. They are trying to bring this one home, and you got Notre Dame, and I think St. Catharines is right in there. We don't have a good view of them, but we will in a minute. St. Catharines was making a move in lane 2, but it seems to be all Notre Dame in this last 500 meters, and yeah, it's a tough 200 meters there, folks. You can see the stroke in Notre Dame just trying to hang on and crank this thing up to the best of his ability. But even being out front like that, it's still a tough race. And they're about to bring this one through. I can't see if St. Catharines was able to creep, but there's St. Catharines I can see in the distance. It's Notre Dame. And I think they're going to be followed by St. Catharines. What a courageous effort from St. Catharines. They came through in the third 5, and I think that's Conshohocken or Thunder Crew. We shall see in a second. I think it was Conshohocken, and I think that's Thunder Crew out of Richmond, BC, in this men's under 19 quad. No doubt about it that Notre Dame unofficially is your winner. We'll wait for official results. However, stay tuned for those. They're just up on your screen there. Those are unofficial results, folks. As we get ready for the men's senior 64 kilogram single. That's going to be an exciting one. And it's a courageous one. It's a long 2,000 meters all by yourself in that single. But they are coming up there in the starting gates right now. As we check our unofficial results on the screen, Notre Dame in first, St. Catharines Rowing Club second, Thunder out of Richmond, BC in third. Oh, it was Crescent Boat Club, my bad. Crescent Boat Club in lane 7 that was in the battle all the way along. Ottawa Rowing Club in 8th. Niskiana in lane 3, followed by Conshohocken. And my apologies to Crescent Boat Club. It was hard to keep straight on that far side of the course who was where, but there you go. That's Crescent with the yellow blades. And our men's our men's single is ready to go here in the 64K single. Lane 2 is Tyler Gillette out of Osprey Rowing Club, and he's made the drive all the way from Rhode Island to be at Henley, and he's got Sean Whitehall beside him from Kingston, lane 3. James Murrer, Monmouth Jr. James Murrer is coming to us from Monmouth out of New Jersey, and Brendan Edge from Ottawa in lane 5. Logan Falvo from Marietta, Ohio in lane 6, and John Perry from Calgary Rowing Club in lane 7. That's the men's senior 64K single, just about to take off for the RJ Bob Dibble Memorial Cup in this lightweight single event. So stay tuned. Looks like they're under orders from our officials. I don't see the oars squared up yet, but it looks like they're ready to go. Stay tuned. Okay, folks, and the oars are squared up. We're ready to go in the men's senior 64K single. Just a couple little touch-ups there. Calgary, Osprey, Kingston, Monmouth, Ottawa, Marietta. And I don't think that's in order. But lane 2, Osprey, lane 3, Kingston, lane 4, Monmouth, lane 5, Ottawa, lane 6, Marietta, and lane 7, Calgary. And they're off, folks. I think it looks like we've got a clean start. There we go. and it's going to be very tight in these singles. And there's your medal ceremony for our guys from Notre Dame Rowing Club in Welland, Ontario, with the safety hats on. Definitely protect themselves from the sun, and letting us know who they are all at the same time. How can you go wrong? Well, winning the William or Bill Burgoyne Memorial Trophy. Congrats, boys. And there's the cup. Big celebration. We've got our single race going on in the background, but celebrating these guys at Henley 2022. Pride of Welland, Notre Dame Rowing Club. Looking good, boys. So congratulations. That was a courageous effort from start to finish. Notre Dame controlled that race. And let's see who's controlling this race in the men's senior 64 kilogram single. Once we get a good look at the racers, we've got them from a distance right now. This is from the starting gates, looking down the course towards the finish line. Doesn't look very far, folks, but 2,000 meters is a grind in this boat. Single sculls, you're all by yourself. I remember that first 2K race in a single, looking down that course, thinking, oh my, I've got to get down there all by myself. So it is a courageous one. Let's see, Calgary Rowing Club is stroking at about a 35 rate. Really looking sharp in the second 500 meters now. I said a 35 rate. That's good in the single. Let's see what's happening here. And it's a battle royale. It looks really tight across the board there. 36 rate in our one single that I just caught. So in our light blue shell over there, I think that is Osprey. And then you've got Kingston in lane 3. Wow, what a good race. Lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, all within a length of each other. And I think lane 5 might be in there too. Lane 4, Monmouth Jr. James Murr absolutely laying it down and taking on all comers. And beside him is our entry from Ottawa, who's right in it too. You had 4 oarsmen all within a length of each other there. And here is lane 7. That's Calgary Rowing Club. And lane 6, Marietta, right beside him. So let's see what happens if our senior 64K entry from Monmouth can keep up that absolute torrent pace. He was striking at about 37 strokes per minute. He's settled things down, and that is in lane 4 right there, our Monmouth entry. Out of New Jersey, Red Bank, New Jersey, James Murr. Let's see if he can maintain that pace. He was on a lightning speed pace there, just crossing through the 1,000-meter mark, just coming across the dock. Thanks to Luca Kartveleshvili, our man on the boat, for that great shot of our guys coming into the third 500-meter. Luke is a former rower for St. Francis. He knows how much pain these guys are in. And he's reliving it every race on the water and carrying that camera. So he knows exactly what's going on. Looks like Ottawa's pushing back into this one. Our entry from Ottawa, Brendan Edge, is right there as well. And it looks as though our entry from Kingston and Osprey may have fallen off the pace a little bit. But this young man from Monmouth, New Jersey, is absolutely setting the pace. And our entry, Ottawa boy Brendan Edge, is right there with him within a length, and that can be made up very quickly. I wouldn't even count out our entry from Kingston. Sean Whitehall can very easily crank this thing up and be right back in it. That's how dynamic the single race is. It's really a battle of wills, and they're in it right now in the third 5. Absolutely mind-bending battle. Rower against rower, single against single, seeing who's going to break. And they're trying to break James Murr, but he's having none of it. And let's see if he can pull away from these challengers from Kingston and Ottawa. But Brendan and Sean Whitehall from Kingston and Brendan Edge from Ottawa are doing their very best to reel James Murr in. And let's see if that high rate that James started out with in the first 5 to 750 meters catches up with him. We will find out shortly, because he's just finished that third 500 meters. He's going into his last 5. Lactic acid is just pumping through his legs, making it more and more difficult to perform every single stroke. And we shall see. He's got about 50 to 60 strokes left in this race out of approximately 220 or so strokes over the distance. And it doesn't look like James is slowing down. He's still at a great pace. Let's get a rate on him. Approximately 38 strokes per minute, probably a 37. My rate check is not exactly laser accurate, but it's the best I can do. I've got him at a 39, and we've got our entry from Ottawa really putting it on. Brendan Edge. Hard to tell, but it looks like he's really come back into this race. Trying to get a rate on Brendan, but it's a little choppy out there. Brendan's at a 36-37 rate, and you're in the red buoys now, folks. That's the last 250 meters. They're going to crank it up, and we will see right now if James Murr can take this thing from start to finish, because he was a lightning bolt out of the start. And Brendan Edge has definitely reeled him in. I don't think our entry from Kingston, Sean Whitehall, tried his best in the third five to get them back into the mix, but I don't think it's going to happen. Let's see what happens at the finish line, because Ottawa is right there. We don't have a great shot, but it's coming to you right now from the finish line. If we can get that shot up, it's really going to give you an idea of how close this race is. Don't forget there's an angle at the finish line. The perpendicular view from the shore does not do it justice. I'm thinking Ottawa is going to win this one. It's going to be within a deck. It's a close one, folks. And I think Ottawa got it. Wow, what a last 500 meters. Ottawa Rowing Club, unofficially, the commentator's view only. I'm thinking Ottawa Rowing Club won this and defeated James Murr from Monmouth Jr. Yeah, that's unofficial. Look at that, folks. Not even a second apart. 5/10 or so, a little bit more difference between that Ottawa entry. Brendan Edge unofficially winning the senior 64 kilogram single, and he won that, folks, in the last 600 meters. He was open water behind James Murr of Monmouth in the second 500 to third 500. He was open water behind, and he just reeled him in and won it in the last 250 meters. Very impressive from Brendan Edge out of Ottawa. And our group's just coming in now. We've got Calgary and Marietta finishing this race off. Finishing it off, there's our Neil Campbell Rowing Center here on Henley Island, our Canada Games building. Looking forward to getting through that. But Marietta and Calgary round things out in the lightweight men's single, and we're moving on fast and furious to the women's senior quadruple sculls, the Margaret Gare Trophy. This is going to be a quick one. You've got your women's senior open quad sculls, lane number 2. You've got Arian Rowing from Saratoga. You've got Argos in lane 3, Arion in lane 4, UVic in lane 5, Peterborough in lane 6, and you've got Delta D's out of Delta BC in lane 7. So they are getting ready. This is a great group of athletes. Knowing some of them, I know the Arion is an elite program out of Saratoga Springs. Both of those quads are going to be great. Jackie Blunt leading things out of stroke seat for the Argos. Jackie, University of Western Ontario product, going to be doing a great job in stroke seat for the Argos. Piper Battersby out of UVic, stroking that boat. She's a next-gen national team quality oars person. Piper is going to be really setting the tone in the UVic quadruple sculls. And you've got Peterborough and Delta D's doing their best to keep things really close out of Peterborough and Delta D's. But let's see what we got here. Arion with those striped blades. You can check them out. Looks like UVic had a little bit of course issue in lane 5. They're just coming back in the middle of the course. They've recovered. They look strong. I'm going to try to get a stroke rate on them. And you've got about a 39 in that Vic City area crew. University of Victoria, Noah Hardcastle, Hannah Chamberlain, Tess Pettyjohn McKay, and Piper Battersby revving it up there. And as I said yesterday, these quad sculls, it's very difficult to keep them straight in that first 500 meters. You've got 4 athletes, 2 oars each, one of the fastest boats on the course next to an 8, and there's no coxswain in these boats, folks. There's the bow person or stroke, one or the other is steering with a controller that's on the toe of their generally right hand foot. So it is very difficult. Lots happening in these boats and trying to keep them straight. You can see a few of the crews having difficulties. Very difficult. And it looks like it's a pretty tight race. I'm going to say I think UVic is out there. And I think Ariane is challenging them out of lane 4. Very difficult to tell from that view. We've got the boat cam coming to you. And let's see what we've got happening here. It's looking like UVic has pushed out. And I'm thinking Peterborough's looking strong there. Ariane's in it. Both Ariane boats are within a length. I think Argos is right there. There you go. There's Argos. They're right there. That's the striped unisuit there, blue and light blue. That's the Argo. There's Ariane right in front of you in the navy blue with the striped blades. Looking sharp in that M-Packer. Let's try to get a rate on them. Great view from the boat cam, by the way. That's 38 rate in the Ariane boat. And let's see where UVic is, because they seem to be setting the pace early on. Oh, there's UVic there. So Ariane is in first. And they definitely pulled ahead at the end of the last 5 into the second 5. And just across our screen here, oh, we've got our update. There's our Ottawa guy, our winner of the lightweight single. That, again, was Brendan Edge, winning the senior 64K single at Henley. And every gold is a valuable one. That's all you get at Henley, only gold. So good for him, Brendan Edge, winning that single. He came back in the last 600 meters to win that one. But it looks like Ariane out of lane 4 is absolutely controlling this race in the quad sculls, looking really sharp, really clean. And they are rowing at a 35 rate and leading the charge. I see lane 6 there, Peterborough in green. We've got lane 5. That's UVic in lane 5 with those Vic City blades. Trying to reel in Ariane. I think it's going to be a difficult ask, because that Ariane crew is absolutely setting a tone and separating themselves from the rest of the field. Behind Peterborough, it looks like Delta D's is behind Peterborough. And Peterborough is going to try to go boat by boat. They're going to go after UVic and try to reel them in, but I think Ariane is going to be too much to ask. They are way out there in their own race. There you go. Ariane is out there across the second half of the third 500 meter mark. The Hudson Shark Tank right in front of you there. But I think that is Ariane. It might be both their entries. That's the group that is leading right there. Ariane from Saratoga. And let's watch them bring this home in the last 500 meters. They're going to be trying to separate themselves for the rest of the field. Nobody on their left, nobody on their right. They're just going to try to keep on creating more distance between them and the rest of the field. You can see UVic there trying to reel them in, and I think the other Ariane crew in lane 2 is making a valiant effort, but Ariane in lane 4 is definitely taking on all comers, and they are the class of the field here in this senior quadruple sculls, women's senior quadruple sculls in the Margaret Gare Trophy race. Going for gold, as I said in Henley, that's all there is, gold medal, and that's what Ariane is wanting to grasp right now as they enter the last 250 meters. It's an amazing last 150 at the Henley. Many times, a little bit of wind. You enter that last 150, 100 meters, and it just goes still for you. nice isolated cove at the finish line, and the boat just takes off. So I'm thinking Ariane is entering that space right now, and they're going to hear the voices screaming for them. They're going to feel the confidence of that open water between them and the rest of the field. They're going to hit that calm water, and they're just going to explode to the finish line. Absolutely finish this one off. And that's looking like Megan Goodman, Veronica Nicaccio, Maddie Fote, and Catherine Horvat out of Ariane in the yellow Empacker, about to cross the line in approximately 15 strokes, 10 to 15 strokes, and bring home the gold medal at this 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Pride of Saratoga Springs, folks. The Elite Northeast program of Ariane Rowing crossing the finish line in first. And that's an exciting moment for everybody. Look at them. They're just, they put everything into that. There's nothing left. See your stroke leaning over, hanging on to those oars. She just did everything she could. And that's Ariane out of lane 2. UVic, followed by Argos. And we're going to have Peterborough and Delta D's rounding it out. I think that's Peterborough right there. And then Delta D's finishing out the field. So great work in the senior women's quadruple sculls. Our winners of the Margaret Gare Trophy from Saratoga, Ariane Rowing Club. And we're looking forward to our men's under 17 coxed 4. They're just getting the call to the gates. We'll see them in a minute, but look at those unofficial results, folks. Stay tuned for our next race. And folks, I'm sure you're enjoying that music. Thanks to Sebi for helping me out with that. I've got a face for radio and not sure of the voice, but I'm doing my best here. And we've got the 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, and we've got our under 17 men's coxed 4. This is a really great field. Bringing this to you from lane 2, TBC Racing out of Washington, D.C. Nick Del Pazzo, John Slidell, Wesley Solomon, Marco Burrows, and Cox Hale Snyder. Hawk RC, Hawk Rowing Club, coming to you from Philadelphia, PA. Joe Fontanilla in bow, Thomas McGovern in 2, Jack Jawork in 3, and stroke Robert Pelton. Cox, Connor Miller steering this one for them. Pittsford crew at Pittsburgh, New York, pride of the Rochester area. We've got Ryan Tuttle in bow, Jake Pear in 2, Mason Laundry in 3, and AJ Romeo in 4. Stroke seat, Alyssa Atkins is steering the boat. And out of Princeton, New Jersey, PNRA Mercer, you've got Richard Reagan, you've got Henry Alston, Theo Ballavois, Owen Brown, and Emily Ningham is the cox. So out of Princeton, great to see PNRA back. And Buffalo Scholastic, James Dodman, Ethan Kania, Peter Cross, Liam Feeney, and Noah Rajecki, the cox for Buffalo Scholastic. And out of Chestnut Hill, Chestnut Hill, Mass, Boston area. I'm sure they prefer to say Chestnut Hill. Friends of Brookline Rowing. Obviously, Friends ahead of the Charles. They're right in the middle of it there at Brookline, Mass, in the Chestnut Hill area. You've got Rowan Packard, Ezra Epstein, Andrew Kim, Cullen Cox, and steering the boats, Monica Peng. And this is the men's under 17 coxed for the Herb Gray Trophy is what they're battling for, folks. And what a great range of our American friends. It's an all-American final. TBC, Hawk, Pittsford, PNRA Mercer out of Princeton, Buffalo Scholastic out of Buffalo, New York, and our friends of Brookline from Chestnut Hill, Mass. in this all-American final. You're just seeing right now the medal ceremony for our women's senior quad. That's Ariane out of Saratoga, winning the Margaret Gare Trophy. There you go. That's the trophy they were racing for. And all glory is gold at Henley, folks. That's what they get, gold medal only. And Ariane ran the show in that race from start to finish. Very impressive. And our great Stan Lipinski just taking their picture right there. Stan has been taking pictures at our CSSRA, or our high school championships in June, and the Royal Canadian Henley forever. He was a librarian, teacher librarian at Dennis Morris Catholic High School in St. Catharines, and is now retired for a number of years. And all through the years, he's always been a fan of rowing and been our photographer at the finish line. Great work, Stan. And the race is on in this men's under 17 Cox 4, the Herb Gray Trophy. Let's see what it's happening. Looks tight out of the gates, and they're in that first 50 to 100 meters, trying to get a stroke rate about 39 strokes per minute. Out of lane 4, Pittsford crew. The video is a little choppy. I'm trying to get some rates here. And 37 strokes per minute out of lane 3. I think that was Hawk Rowing Club. And TBC out of lane 2 in that blue boat, bringing it home. They're working hard. Let's see what rate they're carrying in the TBC boat. They're about a 37. So they're really going after it in this coxed 4. That means for all of our friends new to rowing, they have a coxswain steering the boat, and pretty much every boat these days. I haven't seen an old school coxed 4 in a long time, but all the coxswains are laying in the front of the boat, steering that boat down the course and urging their athletes on, making sure they're well aware of what the race plan is as they go through the torment of racing 2,000 meters. It's not easy to keep that race plan at the forefront of your mind when your body is absolutely screaming at you to stop. So they're entering the second 500 meters now. Tight race, all within a boat length, so this is really exciting. It's looking like our entry out of lane 4, Pittsford crew, pride of Rochester area, New York, and lane 5, PNRA Mercer out of Princeton, New Jersey, is right there with them. And within a length out of lane 6, you just saw Buffalo Scholastic. They're not letting go either. And there we go, that's lane 7. That's our friends from Brookline, Chestnut Hill, Mass entry. In that Resolute, beautiful boat there that they're rowing. And they are going to try to go after it. That group from Chestnut Hill, that's the boat cam. Luca Kartvaleshvili. We've got a few missing letters on the end of his name, but Luca, the pride of St. Francis Catholic Secondary School. And rode for St. Francis and St. Catharines himself, so having that boat cameraman as a former rower definitely helps. He knows what he's looking at, and he is looking at that crew out front in, I believe it's lane, what we can see right now is lane 5, and I'm not sure if Pittsford, they have fallen off a little bit. Lane 5, PNRA Mercer out of Princeton, New Jersey, is setting the tone in the second 500 meters. We'll see how this all pans out, because sometimes what you put in at the beginning comes back and bites you at the end. And that's the Princeton National Rowing Association Center in Princeton Junction, New Jersey. And we will see if they can maintain that torrid pace that they've set at the beginning of this race. And they are currently at about a 34 rate. Hard to tell in one stroke. 34 rate, yeah. And that's not exact, but it's my best on my rate watch here in the control central. But it's looking like Princeton National Rowing Association, Mercer, is in control of this one. Let's see if Buffalo Scholastic or Pittsford can claw their way back into this. But look at that, just going through your screen there was that PNRA Mercer boat. And they seem to be in charge of this one. And that's Buffalo Scholastic. You can see trailing PNRA, doing their very best. They look calm, cool, and collected. They set a nice tone there. Maybe they've got something in the last 5. Buffalo Scholastic may surprise us. They're striking at about a 36, 37 strokes per minute pace. It's a great view of their boat. You can see the coxswain in the front laying down, steering this boat through the 2,000 meters. But it's looking like Princeton National is in control of this boat, reaching out nice and long out over that gunnel, grabbing on with the outside hand and driving the legs down, hanging on, and then pulling the oar through the water. They're doing a great job of it. Just about to enter the last 250 meters. And as I said, they can hear your voices in the grandstand screaming for them. So be loud and proud. Cheer these guys on. It's a great race. It's looking like we've got more of a race for second place right now. And I'm sure our fans from PNRA are saying, don't say that. Anything can happen in the last 500 meters. I know that, but PNRA is in control, folks. And it's looking like a race for second place, I think, between Pittsford and Buffalo Scholastic. Let's see what happens here. Friends of Brookline just seem to have fallen off the pace. I'm thinking that this one from PNRA is going to be the exemplar of a gold medal win at Henley. This will probably be their first chance ever at a Henley Gold. Hopefully we get them back. They are really showing us a clinic in rowing the coxed 4. And that's the men's under 17 coxed 4 All-American race here at Henley. As our entry from PNRA Mercer of Richard Reagan, Henry Alston, Theo Bellavoin, Owen Brown, and their coxswain, Emily Negam, bringing it through the line for a gold medal, folks. And I'm thinking Pittsford, our group out of Rochester area, in second, and just gave it everything they had, followed by Buffalo Scholastic. Look at that, our stroke man from PNRA splashing in the water. You don't think it means something to him? Absolutely gold to him. He is thrilled, as he should be, in his first gold medal at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. It means something to all these athletes, whether they're just back from the World Championships, as we saw in that championship pair, or our guys from Princeton National celebrating. Winning Henley is a huge result in a rower's career, as we can see in front of us. Folks, we've just got a bit of a break. We just have our next race coming into the gates, and that will be our men's senior lightweight 8. And we've got a St. Catharines Rowing Club entry, flying the flag for St. Catharines. Always a massive talent event for St. Catharines, the senior lightweight 8 against Buffalo Scholastic. It's going to be a head-to-head. And this is memories of Henley Royal Regatta head-to-head racing. Our next 2 races, the men's senior lightweight 8 and the women's senior lightweight 8, are going to be 2 boat races head-to-head. Winner takes all. Very synonymous or analogous to our parent race, the traditional Henley Royal Regatta in Henley, England. Every race is head-to-head. And it's always nice to have a full field of 6 boats, but sometimes head-to-head is a great thing. Stay tuned. Okay, folks, we're here with the men's senior lightweight 8. I want to introduce these crews because once they get off, they will be flying. These boats are fast. And in lane 4, Buffalo Scholastic, we've got Matt Tatey in bow, 2-seat Dylan Sass, Ben Weatherwax in 3 seat. We've got Mike Fairley in 4 seat. We've got Ryan Walter in 5, Ryan McCarthy in 6, Zachary Mecca in 7, and Zachary Porter in stroke, coxed by Ted Hibbard. And they're off and running, folks. St. Catharines Rowing Club on your right, Buffalo Scholastic on your left, absolutely screaming out of the gates. And St. Catharines Rowing Club is at a 45.5 rate. And that is Bow, Owen Powell, Ben Hirsch in 2, Leo Biancanello in 3, Jeremy Langland in 4 seat, Owen Krujikis in 5 seat, Jonathan Sinkina in 6, Christopher Gomez 7, Nicholas Schramm in stroke seat, coxed by Riley Pisek. Make sure you watch this one closely. They were flying at about a 46 rate out of the gates. It will be a fast one. Head-to-head racing, St. Catharines Rowing Club on the right, Buffalo Scholastic on the left. And I'm going to try to get a rate on Buffalo. Absolutely flying here. Let me see. We've got a little choppy video, but I'm thinking about a 38-39 rate. And they are into the second half of the first 500 meters. And I'm thinking they may settle down into about a 38 rate, at least. 36 Buffalo Scholastic. St. Catharines at a 41, screaming down the course. First 500 meters is just about over. And let's see. 39, Buffalo Scholastic 39 rate. They've just broken through into the second 500 meters. And they're going to try to hang on to that. Let's see out of lane 4, Buffalo Scholastic, if they can push back St. Catharines. It's looking like Buffalo Scholastic is in the lead right now. Going into that second 500 meters. They've got about a boat and maybe a boat length on St. Catharines. Let's see what happens in the second and third 5. St. Catharines will put a big push on here entering the third 500 meters. And they're very well coached, and they will know the game plan. So let's see what they can do in the third 5 against Buffalo Scholastic. In front of you right now, our men's under 17 Cox for the Herb Gray Trophy, going to PNRA Mercer out of Princeton Junction, New Jersey. Great to see PNRA back, a sign of elite rowing when our friends from Princeton, New Jersey are back with us, so that's great to see. Congratulations. Right now, it's looking like Buffalo Scholastic is setting the tone in this lightweight 8 event, and St. Catharines is going to try to reel them in. They're going to put on a big push here in front of the boathouse, St. Catharines. I'm sure they've got lots of people cheering for them on the dock. And over by the Henley Island Helpers area, as they move through in front of the Bilberg, in front of the Summer Games Neil Campbell building. But that's Buffalo Scholastic absolutely looking comfortable and in charge of this lightweight 8. Long, 36.5 strokes per minute, comfortable rate. Coming past that point, they've got about 30 strokes to the 500 meter, last 500 meter marker. And they're going to really work hard here, St. Catharines, in trying to reel them in this third 5. It's the toughest 500 meters of the race. Let's see if this pace that Buffalo Scholastic has set catches up with them in the last 5. Those legs can tie up with lactic acid, your lungs absolutely screaming, limiting oxygen transfer to the rest of your body, and you just feel like passing out, folks. It's an absolute character test of any oars person in any place. And we've got Buffalo Scholastic trying to hang on going into this last 500 meters. St. Catharines is right there. You never know what they've got. They've got some great experience in that boat. Some very fast young men rowing in that St. Catharines boat. So we're looking forward to them to crank it up and bring it home in the last 500. But I'm thinking Buffalo Scholastic wants no part of that. They did look very long and strong, Buffalo Scholastic, through that third 5, and they were not going to get their nerves ruffled. They're at a 41 rate right now, going into the last 250 meters. That stroke starboard stroke boat. That Buffalo Scholastic stroke is rowing on starboard side, and he is absolutely setting an amazing pace into this last 200 meters. They're up over 40 strokes per minute, bringing it home at about a 41. St. Catherine's doing their best at around a 39 to 40 themselves. But Buffalo Scholastic bringing it home last 150 meters. They can see or hear that grandstand. The coxies telling them they're there. The finish line is just ahead. And to squeeze us off every stroke going towards that finish line. And glorious is Buffalo Scholastic in what has always been a huge race in St. Catherine's, the senior lightweight 8. You're not kidding. See how excited they are? Look at that. Henley means a lot to everybody, folks. And that coxswain is absolutely over the top excited. Winning the senior lightweight 8 at Henley is an elite accomplishment. So congrats to Buffalo Scholastic. And lots of courage from St. Catherine's Rowing Club trying to reel them in. But Buffalo Scholastic reigns supreme in that senior lightweight men's 8. Sorry, folks, a little cough there. We've got the women's senior lightweight 8 coming your way with the people of Port Dalhousie Trophy. Stay tuned. We're back with you at the 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. We just finished our men's senior lightweight 8, moving on to our women's senior lightweight 8, People of Port Dalhousie Trophy. And again, we've got head-to-head racing. Very exciting. In lane 4, we've got Ottawa Rowing Club, and in lane 5, we have Leander Boat Club out of Hamilton, Ontario. And coming to us from Ottawa, Julia Milisic in bow, Rosemary O'Brien in 2. We've got Anne-Andre Sirois in 3, Bridget Goddard in 4-seat, Isabel Nio in 5-seat, Annika Searle in 6, Alyssa Pastic in 7, and our stroke seat, Megan Jolly and coxswain Mia Viennes for the Ottawa Rowing Club. And rowing against them in Leander, we have bowperson Heidi Akot, Vivian Lee, Bella Durchek in 3, Zoe Durchek in 4, Mama Okuda Refus in 5-seat, Sarah Oresnik in 6, Abby Malay in 7-seat, and Pride of Laurentian, and in stroke, Delaney Davis in stroke seat. Austin Wang is our coxswain. And they're getting ready to go. They're just backing into the gates right now. Ottawa's in the gates. Leander in red, the bright red unis with the red blades, little tip of white on the end of them. That is Leander Boat Club out of Hamilton. Very proud foundation rowing club out of Ontario, Hamilton, Ontario. And I mentioned Bob Mills from North Star and North Star flying that flag. Well, we can't mention Leander without mentioning another legend in that quad, Mel Laforme, stroke seat of that men's 1985 quad, world champions, and Mel rode out of Leander Boat Club. And it's the lightweight women's 8, and we're looking forward to seeing what happens between Ottawa and Leander as these foes get ready to battle head to head. And we can't mention Leander without the pride of regatta sport there, Joe Camillo as well. I'm sure all these Leander legends are cheering on this lightweight 8 from Leander as they get ready to go, pointing the bow downstream, and they're off. We've got to start in our head-to-head race, senior women's lightweight 8, and they're absolutely flying. Leander out at a 47 rate. Ottawa at about a 45 rate. And both boats have some very talented oars people. Two fantastic quality 8s coming your way here, head-to-head. It's looking like Leander is a little bit ahead of Ottawa. And they will be giving it all their all for sure. Let's see how this one pans out. But they're going for it, both well over 40 strokes per minute out of the start. They're halfway through that first 500 meters, and Leander seems to have a little navigational issue. They just need to straighten that out, but they're working on it. It's tough to keep all of those 8 blades under perfect control in such a fast race. Those boats are hard to steer. And again, those coxies are only making adjustments when the oars go through the water. Kind of that golden rule of a coxswain is you don't touch. First of all, if you don't have to move the rudder, you don't, because it costs you speed. But also, if you need to make a slight adjustment, you do it while the oars are going through the water, not to disrupt the boat. So that can provide some significant difficulty for these coxswain keeping the boat straight. Women's Senior Lightweight 8, People of Port Dalhousie Trophy, Ottawa, Leander. That's what you're watching right now. And I think Ottawa may have taken over the lead a bit over Leander, but it's a tight race, folks. They're within a boat length of each other. Now, Ottawa seeming to have some navigational issues of their own. We'll see if that costs them, and it seemed to have cost them a little bit. It allowed Leander to poke back into this one in the second 500 meters. You can see in the boat cam there in the distance, the back bay area of our rowing course, and they're coming to the tip of the island here. They will be coming across the main dock and the boathouse momentarily. They'll be hearing their crewmates from other crews cheering them on, and they're absolutely throwing one down here. Stroke for stroke, it's head-to-head within half a boat of each other. Leander is clawing back into this one. Ottawa trying to hold them off, and we shall see what happens. This third 500 is going to be an exciting one. You will see both boats really trying to put on a hard piece entering that third 5, and then after they pass the Hudson Shark Tank, which again is ironic, they're both rowing beautiful Hudson Shark rowing shells, and when they go through that Shark Tank area, they will be hammering down a hard 10 or 20 to try to gain some kind of superiority over the other crew. And it looks like Leander is really clawing back into this one. They've got some incredible experience with Abby Malay in 7-seat from Laurentian, and she is a super fast oarswoman. She will be really urging her crewmates on just by example. As you can see, Leander coming back into this one. You've got Bella and Zoe Durchek in the bow. Those twins rowing for Brock University. Tough as nails. They are showing that right now. That Leander 8 throwing it down in the third 5 and trying to break Ottawa. It looks like they're doing a job of that. It looks pretty tight right now, but they just rode through Ottawa in the last 100 meters. And let's see if Ottawa has an answer, because Leander just called them out. Look at that. They just coming across the Shark Tank right there. The Neil Campbell building in the distance, and Leander has just put on a show in the last 150 meters. And let's see what they can do going to the last 5. See if Ottawa can answer the call, because Leander has called them out, and they look sharp in that Leander boat. Just getting a stroke rate on Abby Malay's blade there, 37 strokes per minute through the body of this race, looking comfortable and strong, reaching out, getting every bit of water. that stroke in the Leander boat is doing a wonderful job. Delaney Davis, her and Abby setting a tone for that boat, telling the other girls this is where we're going, jump on board, and we're going to tear this boat apart and pull away from Ottawa, and they're doing just that. A lot of experience in that boat. Look at that engine room in Leander, just pumping the legs down, getting ready. They can feel it now. They've just rode through Ottawa, and they will have a boatload of confidence going in this last 500 meters and the experience to say, let's go, it's time to push the button, it's time to take off, and we are going to bury that other crew, and that's what they're trying to do right now. And Ottawa is doing their best to have none of it in lane 4. Chasing down Leander, it's possibly going to be a really tight last 250 meters because Ottawa knows they're in trouble. Ottawa is going to crank that rate up, and it looks like they have in the distance. I've got a picture coming your way from the grandstand, and it looks very close, folks, and I think Leander has the advantage. They definitely will have a little bit of confidence advantage because they were behind going into the third 5, and they've come out of the third 5 ahead. And again, I don't think it's a full length because that isn't the correct angle, because there is a significant angle at the finish line that we can't get away from. It is what it is. Standing on the land looking perpendicular is not accurate. It is a closer race than you probably think, but I know that Leander is out in front, and it looks as though they've almost got a boat length, if not a bit more, on Ottawa. What an impressive performance from Leander. They were behind going into the third 5. They absolutely laid it down and pulled ahead of Ottawa by 1 boat length. They win by 1 boat length, folks. Wow, look at that. Leander cheering. Look at me. Hey, look at Abby. Don't you think they're excited, embracing her crew members behind her, in front of her? Look at her grabbing onto that stroke seat and congratulating her. And that gold medal. Phenomenal job from Leander Boat Club. And they're super happy, obviously. And Ottawa with a courageous attempt to get back into that one. That third 5 is just a terror for any rower. And Leander made the most of it and made their move very impressive. And they are the winner of the People of Port Dalhousie Trophy, the Women's Senior Lightweight 8. And folks, we have next up our men's under 23-4 just coming into the gates. So I will introduce them as you get a nice view of the Neil Campbell Rowing Center there on Henley Island. The pride of our Canada Games coming up in a week. That Neil Campbell Rowing Center is going to be the center of that Canada Games rowing. And it's always great to have these fantastic events in St. Catharines to update our facilities and celebrate rowing in St. Catharines. As I said yesterday, that Neil Campbell Rowing Center is the really the center of the Summer Games rowing here next week for the Canada Summer Games. And many events have been held here in St. Catharines, world-class events like the World Championships in '72, the World Championships in '99, and our upcoming World Championships coming to St. Catharines in 2024. And what you're seeing right now, this rowing course and the beautiful weather, is what you will likely see in 2024 at this time of year when we host the World Championships. We've also had the World Masters here, and we've also had the Pan Am Games here. All those wonderful events bring us up an opportunity to update our facilities and celebrate rowing here in St. Catharines. Right now, we've got the 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, and we've got Event 70, the men's under 23-4 Roger Sellers Trophy. In lane 2, you've got Mendota. In lane 3, St. Catharines Rowing Club. In lane 4, Cascadilla from Ithaca, New York. And in lane 5, we've got UVic from Victoria, British Columbia. And in lane 6, we've got Mendota Boat Club again. And great, Mendota's all over the place. There are many finals, great to see. And huge shout out to them from Madison, Wisconsin. And Cascadilla rounds the field out in lane 7. Again, shout out to the old pride of Cascadilla Boat Club in Ithaca, New York, Rogie. Not sure where Rogie is now, but he was a very good man and always wanted to chat rowing, and proud of Ithaca and Cascadilla in the 90s. So great to have them back. as we await the start of this men's under 23-4. They're going for the Roger Sellers Trophy. You can see they're just touching things up. That's lane 5, University of Victoria. It's looking like they're ready to go. Oars are squared up and they're off, folks. Let's see what kind of rate we have out of the start. Looks like UVic had a little bit of a slow start, but they will get things going. They're not in lane 5 by mistake, folks. They are there because they're fast. So UVic will crank that thing up. They're looking like they're starting out at about a 42, 43 stroke rate. Out of UVic in lane 5 in this men's under 23-4. Let's see if Cascadilla, Mendota, or St. Catharines has an answer for them. Should be interesting, folks. And right now, hard to tell, but UVic definitely seems to be doing just fine, even though they had a little ruffle there in their start. Let's see what we have happening. We're looking down the course from the starting gates, so you can see the whole field ahead of you. Looks pretty tight. And they've settled into a 36-37 stroke rate. And down in the grandstand, we have our celebration happening. That's Leander, the big L on those red singlets, a pride of Hamilton, Ontario. Leander Boat Club, storied boat club in Canada, one of our originals. Leander Boat Club, been around forever. Many legends out of that boat club. Mel LaForme, the Camillo brothers, many others have worn that white L on the red singlet over many decades. So great to see this young group of ladies, class act, wonderful win in that head-to-head senior lightweight women's 8. So let's see what's happening in this men's under 23-4. The Roger Sellers Trophy extravaganza, folks. And right now we've got a shot from the distance. They're into the second 500 meters at this point. Looks like they're way, way down there, but they're in the second 5. It's a long race, 2,000 meters. And right now, I'm thinking that we've got Cascadilla setting the tone out of lane 4. And UVic is right there with them. It's a tight race. We've got about 3 boats within a boat length of each other. UVic, Cascadilla, you've got Mendota trying to reel in UVic out there in lane 6, trying to rein in UVic in lane 5, who's chasing down Cascadilla in lane 4. St. Catharines seems to have fallen off the pace a bit in lane 3. We've got Mendota in lane 2 doing fairly well. So let's see what we've got here. I think this is Cascadilla up just over a boat length on UVic. And let's see if UVic can rein them in, reel them in, and try to do something in this third 500 meters. It's where it all happens, I've described earlier. They are just passing in front of us at the boathouse right now. You can see that sign, Welcome to Henley Island. They're right in the middle of the dock. Cascadilla has UVic by about a boat length. You've got Mendota here in lane 2, also in the mix. They are in a race for second place with UVic. And then you have just on the other side of UVic another Mendota entry trying to bring this home. So let's see. This is really where the test happens. They're in the last part of the third 5, going into the last 5. Who wants this gold medal? That question will be answered right now while the legs are exploding, lungs are burning, screaming at you to stop rowing. Complete mind game going on in every oarsman's head in this third 500 meters as they approach the last 5, and they're just going to crank it up, crash through the wall, and bring it home no matter what the cost. And it looks like Cascadilla is doing just that, folks. I'm going to try to get a stroke rate on them. And they seem to be at about 37 strokes per minute, looking sharp, looking strong. I don't know. UVic looks great, but I just don't know if they can catch Cascadilla, because Cascadilla is laying it down in this last 500 meters. See what we can do to get you an accurate read on the scenario. Let's see this last 300 meters coming to you right now, and UVic seems to be making a move on Cascadilla. UVic in lane 5, Cascadilla in lane 4. Josh Novak, Liam Hodgins, Jesse Harold, and Joseph Piers out of UVic in this straight 4. That means there's no coxswain steering the boat. You've got one oarsman in that boat, whether it's the stroke seat or the bow seat, steering with their foot and rowing at the same time. So it is a huge challenge. It looks as though Cascadilla is setting the tone in this one. And let's see what we have going into the last 250 meters. UVic is just out of your sight, and they did put a big move on, and that is UVic has pulled out in front, and they are going to take the gold in this straight 4. Hanging on, going into the finish line right now. University of Victoria going to win by a boat length. They were down by a boat length in the third 500. Look at that splash in the water. Excited. Absolute glorious moment for them. They were down by open water to Cascadilla, second 5 going into the third 5. They put it down in the second half of that third 500, cranked it up in the last 5 to win that one in 5:58.81 over Cascadilla Boat Club of Ithaca, New York. Very impressive UVic bringing that one home. Unbelievable, rowing through Cascadilla in the third 5 and last 500 meters. Amazing performance from our gentlemen, Josh Novak, Liam Hodgins, Jesse Harold, and Joe Piers in lane 5 from UVic. Unofficially, gold medal winners at this 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta in the men's under 23.4. They're very excited, splash in the water, ready to lift the Roger Sellers Trophy. We shall see that in a moment, folks, but next up, no rest at the Henley. We've got another race about to start, women's under 23.4. It's a straight 4 as well for those people new to rowing. A straight 4, or just a 4, does not have a coxswain. So the oars people in the boat are rowing and steering the boat at the same time. We will see what they have here. We've got a full 6-boat event for you. Women's under 23.4 in lane 2, UVic. In lane 3, St. Catharines Rowing Club. In lane 4, you've got Ottawa Rowing Club. In lane 5, Vesper Boat Club out of Philadelphia. In lane 6, St. Catharines Rowing Club. This is going to be a battle royale between these two St. Catharines Rowing Club 4s. They train together. They train against each other. They race each other. You'll see Jillian Jansen, Olivia Sommer, Riley Wake, Arden Charoux wanting to go head-to-head against Sarah Butler, Rebecca Dockery, Grace Weaver, and Meredith Hillmeyer in stroke. They're going to really, first of all, want to do St. Catharines proud. Second of all, they will be doing everything to beat their crewmates, although they're racing against each other this time, often rowing in an 8 together. That shall be interesting. And Leander Boat Club out of Hamilton in lane 7. Alexis Janot, Katerina Penzika, Maya Pelrine, and Natalie Hilbert in lane 7. They are just backing into the gates. It's looking like Vesper's in the gates right now. Ottawa's just backing in. Ottawa with Abby Dyer in bow, Kendra Hurtubise in 2, Rachel Weber in 3, and Mackenzie Mahorian in stroke seat for Ottawa. Vesper Boat Club coming to us from Philly, PA in the boathouse row. Danya Bogdanovic, Brooke Picasio, Alex Wiley, and I'm thinking that's Alex Wiley of St. Catharines, rows for Penn, University of Pennsylvania. So that transplant, the pride of Holy Cross Secondary School in St. Catharines in Philadelphia. I think that's Alex Wiley rowing for Vesper. And Catherine Kianaga in stroke seat of that Vesper boat. And we've got UVic in lane 2, as I said, Presley Dichow and Sophia Bergmans, Emma Newesteg, and Ellis Stemler in stroke for UVic. So we're looking forward to that. They're just touching their boat up, straightening their the nose of their boat out in this women's under 23.4. And we're looking forward to this showdown. Again, it'll be a race within a race. No clue what the result will be, although we should look at lanes 4 and 5 probably setting the tone, because they're there for a reason in the middle of the middle two lanes. They're there because they qualified fast. And lane 3 and 6, St. Catharines. There's Arden Charoux and her crew. Stroked, I think that's Arden in 3 seat. And Riley Wake and stroke, starboard stroked 4. And they're about to take off. That's Olivia in 2 and Jillian in bow. And they're off, folks. Straight 4, women's under 23 4. The race within a race here is going to be the 2 St. Catharines crews. And at the finish line right now, we've got a trophy presentation going on for the men's under 23 4. Look at these guys from University of Victoria. Gentlemen, absolute class act, amazing race. You were behind by open water in the second 500 meters. Absolutely brought the courage in the third 5 and sprinted home in the last 5. Unbelievable result. Great job in that UVic men's under 23 4. And let's see what happens in this women's under 23 4. We do have a UVic entry in there in lane 2. And they're going to be flying the flag for UVic. And again, I'm watching at the finish line Stan Lipinski plying his photographic trade as he's done for many decades. Thanks to him for the great work that he always does here at the finish line. Without any, just such a humble man. Just does it for rowing. So great to see Stan volunteering his time as always. Down at the finish line, it's a thankless job. And he does a wonderful, wonderful, amazing job at it. Women's under 23 4, and they are out there, folks. Difficult to see. Our view right now is from the starting gates, looking down. They're going into the second 500 meters. St. Catharines looking good. A little bit off course, but they're going to get it back into their lane. As I said, it's difficult to steer these boats. UVic seems to be having some problems with their navigation in lane 2, and they're straightening out as well. But they're all fierce competitors, cranking up the rate. It's difficult without a coxswain to keep that boat straight and row at the same time. Your lungs are burning, your legs are pumping, and you've got enough going on in just trying to row 2,000 meters. Not just in addition to steering the boat as well. So very difficult ask, and it looks like it's a great race here coming down the course on the boat cam. And Luca gives us a great view, and I'm thinking that we've got Vesper out there with Ottawa, looking like they've got some control of this race. St. Catharines in lane 6, you can see in the distance even further is Leander. Leander's fallen off the pace a bit. St. Catharines is within a boat of Vesper, hanging in there. Ottawa and Vesper seem to be going at it head to head. There you go. See the big V on the back? That's Vesper Boat Club. One of the oldest rowing clubs in North America on Boathouse Row. So happy to see Vesper back. What a beautiful rowing club they enjoy every day. And looks like some girls from maybe University of Pennsylvania are rowing out of there. Alex Wiley, Pride of Holy Cross here in St. Catharines in 3 seat. But let's see what we've got going on. We've got, I think it's Vesper out front. And St. Catharines, I think, has the best of Ottawa. St. Catharines in lane 6 seems to have pulled ahead of Ottawa just a little bit. And let's see what's happening with St. Catharines in lane 3, because those girls over in lane 6 in St. Catharines singlets are crewmates of the group in lane 3. They've split up their 8 to row 2 4s, and they will want to beat each other, not just win this race. And it's looking like our St. Catharines entry in lane 6 is the faster group right now with Vesper. And got Leander over there in lane 7. And I think rounding things out is UVic in lane 2. So we've got 2 races going on right now. And we're back to the front of the pack. And that is, I believe, Vesper out front with the maroon singlet on front and white on the back with the big V, maroon V. I believe that's Vesper. You've got Ottawa right there, but I think St. Catharines Rowing Club in lane 6 is ahead of them. We don't really have a good angle on the group right now. There's St. Catharines in lane 6. Looking strong. I don't know if anybody's going to catch Vesper. They really seem to be in control of this race. It's going to take a miraculous effort from either St. Catharines or Ottawa to reel that boat in there. You can see Alex Wiley in 3 seat of that Vesper boat, just the boat leading the charge there. Sunglasses on, dark hair. Alex Wiley from Holy Cross here in St. Catharines. Moved down to Philly to row for the University of Pennsylvania and now rowing for Vesper Boat Club. And doing a great job of it. That crew seems to be setting the tone in this women's under 23-4. Let's see if St. Catharines in lane 6 can get back into this one with Ottawa. We shall see. We just have a look coming your way from the finish line, and you get a little bit better view of the bigger picture. There we go. And you can see Vesper out there in lane 5, St. Catharines in lane 6, Ottawa in lane 4. Those are our 3 race leaders. And I don't think anybody's going to catch Vesper, but anything can happen in the last 500 meters. Look at UVic in the men's under 23-4. They were down by open water and closed the gap and sealed the deal to win the gold medal. So somebody will be trying to do that, but I don't know if Vesper can be caught at this point. They are looking very strong and comfortable. And they're stroking their boat at 39 strokes per minute, 38 strokes per minute coming into this finish line. Vesper Boat Club from Philadelphia, PA. You can see them leading Ottawa Boat Club there. Ottawa in the red and royal blue singlet, white blades. But Vesper is powering that boat away, reaching out, dipping those oars in the water and absolutely ripping them through to the finish line. Here they come. They will be very excited. Alex Wiley in 3 seat knows what this is all about coming from St. Catharines. She knows how important this is to everybody, and as does Vesper, coming here for decades. They've been here most 138 years. There you go. Alex Wiley smashing the water, very excited with that Henley Gold win, followed by Ottawa, followed by St. Catharines in lane 6. And we've got a battle going on here. We've got St. Catharines coming in, and they have outpaced that group from UVic. In our women's under 23-4, seems like we had some difficulty over in lane 7, that Leander boat. Very tough row, 2,000 meters. Vesper Boat Club from Philadelphia winning that one unofficially by about 5 seconds. And next up, folks, we've got our men's senior quadruple sculls. Know this one well. This is a great race. Men's senior quad for the Charles M. Adams Memorial Trophy. We've got some great storied clubs here. In lane 2, Argonauts. In lane 3, Montreal. In lane 4, Riverside out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. St. Catharines Rowing Club in lane 5. We've got Green Racing Project Craftsbury in lane 6. Great story there. Interesting. Ottawa in lane 7. That Green Racing Project, out of Craftsbury, doing some neat stuff with cross training and not just rowing. They are involving all aspects of training to support speed and rowing out of Craftsbury, Vermont. So great to see them back in the Green Racing Project out of Craftsbury Commons, Vermont. Into the gates right now for the men's senior quad, the Charles M. Adams Memorial Trophy. This is a big one, folks. The fastest quads on the water right here. And you've got 4 great athletes in each boat, 2 oars each, ripping it through the water, and they will be about almost as fast as an 8 with only 4 people powering that boat. Will be exciting. One of my favorite races, this men's senior quad, is a great event. So Argos has Alistair Price, Ken Kimmins, Anthony Corella, and Matt D'Amico. in that boat. In the Montreal quad, you've got Michael Brenton, Raphael Kaiser, Victor Roland, and Matteau Bode in stroke seat. And in Riverside, Sean Richardson, Ian Richardson, Ashton Knight, and Mats Turwich out of Riverside, Cambridge, Massachusetts in lane 4. You can see them there on your left with the white and blue striped shirts. Lane 5, St. Catharines Rowing Club, Owen Volkner, Dan Brophy, Sam Stewart, and Tom Markowicz. They've got tons of experience in this boat. Sam Stewart rips off about a 6:02 over 2,000 meters on the Concept 2 erg. Speaking of Vermont, Sam Stewart, strong rower at Brock University, and Owen Volkner, pride of St. Francis in bow. They will be powering things with Dan Brophy and Thomas Markowicz to try to win this race. And as I said, lots of experience. Don't rule out the Green Racing Project. Braden Arthur, Isaac Levenger, Caleb Nolenberger, and Webster Thompson out of Vermont. And the Ottawa Run Club in lane 7, Ben Koskowicz, Luther Edson, Vincent O'Shaughnessy, and Alex McDermott. They're off and running in this men's senior quadruple sculls, racing for the Charles M. Adams Memorial Trophy. It's going to be a fast one, absolutely lightning. Look for St. Catharines to really set a tone. They look really sharp. Sam Stewart did a great job at the NRC's, our National Rowing Championships in Victoria in November. I'm without video here, so I'm kind of going cold. We'll see what we can do about our video projection, but right now you can probably see the race. I can see it from a distance here. As I said, St. Catharines looking sharp. Riverside right there. I'm assuming that our green project is doing a great job. But again, we're looking at the race from the starting gates, so it's a tough situation to be able to really get an accurate read on who's doing what. But right now, we're looking from the starting gates, so I'm trying to get my video back up to join you. A little bit of technical difficulty at Control Center here. I think it's coming on momentarily, but I can see in the distance here it's looking like, there we go, Green Racing Project. We have St. Catharines Rowing Club is up there. That's Riverside out front, setting the tone there, I believe. You can see St. Catharines right there on the left-hand side of your screen. Just amazing quality in these men's quads, folks. There you go on your screen. Our Vesper folks celebrating their win in the women's under 23-4 for the Nels Stacy Trophy. And just a shout out to Vesper. I think you've got one of our own here from St. Catharines in your club now, so congrats to Alex Wiley. Here's Riverside. They are looking very comfortable, striking at approximately 39 strokes per minute, and looking comfortable doing it. I told you it'd be a quick race. These gentlemen are highly capable single scullers, quad scullers, and those hands are just flying. They make it look easy. It certainly is not, but Riverside in total control of this race, and traditionally a very, very good rowing club out of Cambridge, Mass. Riverside Boat Club, absolutely a mainstay in the head of the Charles Regatta in Boston, Massachusetts, and Cambridge, Mass. So looking like Riverside is going to run away with this possibly. We just saw lane 7 Ottawa in our peripheral vision. They are not in this one, but I think no, Ottawa is pushing for second, so good for them. And let's see what we have. We're getting a bit of a mix of images here. I'm just trying to get an accurate read other than Riverside. You've got Ottawa in lane 4. Sorry, Ottawa in lane 7. It's looking like Montreal was in the mix out of lane 3. But I think it is Riverside. There's Ottawa in lane 7. They've fallen off the pace a bit. The green racing project has fallen off the pace, and the pace that Riverside is set is absolutely amazing, so pretty hard to stay in it. It seems like Riverside is in a race of their own, 38 strokes per minute. They have not let up this entire race, looking completely comfortable in the lead. That stroke of Riverside, Matt's Turwich, is absolutely doing a clinic on how to set the tone in a quadruple sculls race. Look at quiet upper bodies, quick hands through the release, driving the legs down, all speed, folks. Last 500 meters, going in the last 250 at a 38 rate, at least in that Riverside boat. Nobody is catching them. I think Montreal made a valiant effort to do so, but it may be in vain, folks. This is a one-boat race for gold. Riverside Boat Club. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, Ottawa in lane 7 doing their best, but it is all Riverside all the time here, and that is Montreal in lane 3. And I think they have second place, Montreal, but I don't think they're going to be able to challenge Riverside. They are in a different stratosphere. Riverside Boat Club bringing this one home in the last 250 meters. Cheer them on the grandstand. They can hear you screaming. The future winners of this senior men's quadruple sculls, Riverside Boat Club out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. They raced this one from start to finish at over a 38 rate. Probably started in the low to mid 40s, settled down to around a 37, 38 rate, and they just brought this thing home from start to finish. Absolute clinic on how to row a quad sculls boat. And that is not uncommon with Riverside. A very, very successful rowing club. And there's Montreal in second place. And rounding things out, we've got the Green River Project just caught a crab. I think St. Catharines is coming in here, third place. Green Racing Project in Ottawa rounding things out. Amazing race. Cheers to Riverside. Putting on a clinic there. In that senior men's quadruple sculls. Now we've got our men's under 19.8 coming up. The big time up and comers into the older age groups. We've got our junior A men under 19.8 getting ready at the gates. They're just organizing themselves. We're going to take a brief break and come back with that men's under 19.8. And racing fans, it's the 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. We're back at it with our men's under 19.8. You can see them in the starting gates. They are rowing for the St. Catharines Rowing Alumni Trophy. And they hosted a great event last night up at the Alumni Clubhouse, Come Home to Henley. It was an evening to honor our coaches past and present. And Jim Menard's had a great announcement there and an opportunity to reconnect, reminisce, and remember. So thanks to those rowing club alumni for hosting that event last night. And that is the St. Catharines Rowing Alumni that I'm talking about. And they do great work up top at our clubhouse. They host many events there, both weekly and then special events to support rowing in St. Catharines. So that is their trophy that they're racing for, men's under 19.8, and they're off in lane 2. We've got CRI, Community Rowing, out of Cambridge, Boston area. TBC Racing out of Washington, D.C. in lane 3. Again, CRI in lane 4. And Cambridge Boat Club in lane 5, CBC. Hawk Rowing Club out of Boston area as well in lane 6. And PNRA out of New Jersey, Princeton Junction, New Jersey. All-American race. Again, men's under 19.8. So great to have our American friends back up here. And speaking of American friends, legend in American U.S. rowing, Nancy Storrs, just walked in the room. She's going to be supporting you in a couple of races. Elite oarswoman herself, fantastic coach at all levels. Nancy Storrs, absolute legend in rowing here in St. Catharines and across North America, is going to be calling some races coming up. But right now we've got the men's under 19.8, and we have the men's senior quad being presented their trophy right now, that Charles Adams Trophy. Riverside Boat Club from Cambridge, stalwarts of the head of the Charles Regatta, Riverside Boat Club. Great to see them up here hoisting that cup up and you cheering them on. Congratulations, gentlemen, from Cambridge, Mass, Riverside Boat Club. We're back to our 8 race here, the men's under 19.8 All-American final here against some huge rivals, CRI, TBC, CBC, Cambridge Boat Club, Hawk Rowing Club, and PNRA out of Princeton, New Jersey. So let's see what we've got going on here. That looks like TBC in the blue singlets are ahead. Now I'm not sure in the bigger scheme of things. We've got a better look coming into, they're in the middle of the second 500 meters. We've got a Henley Island cam that I can see a little bit better. That's it. And we're looking at CBC. Yeah, CBC Boat Club lane 5 seems to be ahead. It's a tight race, folks. It's a massive one here. It looks like PNRA Mercer with the M on their chest there has fallen off the pace a bit. It looks as though CRI beside them is trying to push, or Hawk, sorry, is pushing Cambridge CBC out of lane 5. Hawk out of lane 6. But it's looking like Cambridge Boat Club in lane 5 is running the show in the second 500 meters. They're up by over a boat length. And that's Hawk trying to push them in lane 6. Great boat cam there from Luca. Thank you, Luca. Wonderful shot of our leaders out there in the blue singlets. That is Cambridge Boat Club, followed by Hawk. And we've got a real battle going on between TBC in lane 3 and CRI in lane 4. Coming, there you go, coming your way within a boat length of each other. So it's going to be a race for second and third, folks. I think this Henley Gold is going to Cambridge, and you don't like saying that in the third 500 meters, anything can happen, but they are out in a different world right now than the rest of the race. But we shall see. Cambridge going into the last 500 meters. You can see the pylon in the distance right there, marking that last 500. And they're going to ramp things up and rev it up to go into that final 250. They're at a 39 right now in the Cambridge boat. And those blue jerseys, we can see them bringing it up right now. 39. and they're going to see those red buoys. They're going to hear you screaming, and that will boost them along with the open water they have over the field, knowing that Henley Gold is within their grasp. And lifetime glory it is to have won a Henley Gold. So that group from Cambridge Boat Club CBC is doing just that, ready to celebrate just that in the men's under 19.8. Into the last 200 meters here, Cambridge Boat Club pumping the legs down. They know they have this field. It's a matter of keeping things clean, great entries, great exits out of the water, looking strong and confident. And all the pain goes away knowing that you are going to win that Henley Gold. Cambridge Boat Club out of lane 5 has this one under control. Hawks doing their very best there. Valiant effort from Hawk. Look at them just gritting their teeth and going for it. Tons of courage, gentlemen, in this effort to try to rein in Cambridge Boat Club, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it. Cambridge Boat Club coming through to the finish line right now. And maybe we can pan. There we go. We're panning over to that finish line. And that is Cambridge Boat Club winning by about a boat and a half open water. They're not excited. They see him splash in the water, excited, winning their Henley Gold. That's what it's all about. Absolutely exhausted. Put it all on the line to win that Henley Gold. So great for Cambridge Boat Club from Cambridge, Mass. And we have a new host coming your way. And folks, just back at you, unofficial results. Cambridge Boat Club in first, Hawk Rowing Club second. The two community rowing entries, lane 2 and 4, followed by Princeton National and TBC from Washington, D.C. And we've got a new host coming your way in the next race. Look forward to having Luc Brodeur join you and call the rest of our races. It's been great being back at the 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Our next group is in the gates, and Luke will be calling the under 17 women's single.
All right, so thank you, Jim. We are now at the start line for the women's under 17 single, the final. In lane 2, we've got Argonaut. Lane 3, Don Rowing Club. Lane 4, Conshohocken. Lane 5, Don Rowing Club. Lane 6, Cambridge. And lane 7, Aviron Lachine. All right, we are up and running. All crews look like they're getting away off the start, nice and clean. Looks like a nice level start here. All 6 crews getting away really well. For a race like the Henley final, you definitely want to make sure that you're getting off to a good start and putting yourself into the race early on. All right, so now we're getting some nice close-up shots here of all the athletes that are racing. Conditions look like they're a little bit bumpy, but nothing too crazy that's going to disrupt the rhythm and the confidence of the athletes. So right now in shot, we're looking at lane 2. That's Ava Semeniuk of Argonaut. We've also got lane 4 from Conshohocken. But in the lead right now, it looks like it's lane 5 from Dawn Rowing Club, Elizabeth Najjar, who I believe was the under-17 women's single winner from the Row Ontario Championships. And she threw down some pretty good results in that regatta. So I know that she'll be pretty fast in this race too. She looks like she's handling the conditions pretty well there. And Najjar from Dawn Rowing Club looks to be pulling away. We've got Cambridge in lane 6, Lachine in lane 7. We've also got Conshohocken in lane 4 battling it out for second place. Got a few looks off the side of the boat from lane 6. Trying to make sure that she's keeping her bow ball ahead in second place. Najjar out ahead. Looks like she's rowing a very confident stroke. All right, as you can see there, those are the winners of the under-19 men's 8. That was the race that Jim had previously commentated. So congratulations to those boys. That was well earned. All right, so now we're just past the 1,000-meter mark in the women's under-17 single. And Elizabeth Najjar from Dawn Rowing Club continues to lead. And it looks like Cambridge Rowing Club has now made a push for second place ahead of Lachine. But Conshohocken on the far side is not giving up. It kind of looks like Conshohocken and Cambridge are still battling it out for second place. This is usually the hardest 500 of a 2-kilometer race. So if the athletes are mentally into it, then they can use this third 500 to their advantage to make a push and try to get the barrel ball out ahead. But I know that all of these athletes here in the final will have trained really well to push through the pain barrier that comes with rowing in the third 500 of a 2-kilometer race. Then once that last 500 comes, it's pretty much go time. And a jar from Dawn Rowing Club looks like she's about to cross the 1500 meter mark. From this angle, it still looks like she has a considerable lead over Cambridge. And we've got Aviron Lachine and Concha Hawkins still in the mix. All right, so now we're into this last 500. This is where the athletes are going to make a push for home. And one of the interesting things about a singles race is things can happen and change so quickly. You've got one athlete in the boat, and if there's just the one athlete that decides to turn it on, turn the turbojets on, then the change of speed is much quicker than perhaps in a 4 or an 8, where you need to have all 4 or all 8 athletes committing to that push. But in the single, when it's just you, you can turn on boat speed so much more quickly. So singles races, especially the finishes, can be quite interesting to watch because of that. If you see an athlete that's really starting to make a push, as we can see with Aviron Lachine, it looks like she's really made a push forward. And perhaps it looks like she's gaining back on Dawn Rowing Club a little bit. So well done to Chloe Fortin from Aviron Lachine. But I think Elizabeth Najjar from Dawn Rowing Club looks like she's responding to the push. She still has a clear water margin into the red buoys now. She's making a push for home. And it's Elizabeth Najjar from Dawn Rowing Club who will take the under-17 women's single Henley Gold. Congratulations to her. It looks like Aviron Lachine will take second place ahead of what looks to be Concha Hawkins. Yep, Concha Hawkins in third place. Fourth place, Cambridge. We got Argonaut Rowing Club in fifth place. And then in sixth place, we have Dawn Rowing Club, Jankowski. Very solid racing from all 6 athletes. That was very well done. Times look pretty quick too. Dawn Rowing Club winning in 8:01. That's pretty quick for an under-17 women's single. So I'm sure Elizabeth Najjar will be very pleased with that. All right, so now we're heading up to the start gates for the women's under 19-8 final. We've got White Marsh in lane 2. We've got Washtenaw in lane 3. CRI in lane 4. Cambridge in lane 5. PNRA Mercer in lane 6. And TBC Racing in lane 7. CRI making a very impressive presence here at this regatta. They usually do. They send a lot of really fast crews from their boat club down in Boston, Massachusetts. Really nice to see. The race will be underway in the next couple of minutes. For now, the athletes are just backing their boats into the start gates. Couple of high fives and fist bumps there from the CRI crew. Nice to see. It's a good way to get the crew hyped up and ready to go. And there we see Elizabeth Najjar with their Henley Gold. A very well-earned Henley Gold. And congratulations to her. All right, the athletes' blades are squared and buried, getting ready to go. They're being called to attention, and away we go. Oh, looks like we might have a clash. Oh, the Coxies were able to correct their steering on time. That could have been disastrous for both crews, CRI and Cambridge. Hopefully the athletes will continue to stay nice and relaxed and refocus in on their race plan. Yeah, all crews will definitely want to make sure they steer a good line and have a good course going down. Otherwise, they're making themselves row more than they need to, more than 2,000 meters. The straighter you can keep your boat, the better. All right, so looks like we've got White Marsh in lane 2, making a solid push here. We've got Cambridge. Cambridge look like they're out in the head. Indeed. They've almost got a boat length on CRI and PNRA Mercer in lane 6. Looks like the conditions on the water are getting a little bit bumpier, so the athletes will want to make sure that they row nice and clean, get nice and connected with the water at the catch, and really tap down at the finish and clearing those blades off the water, which it looks like the crews out ahead are doing that quite well. Cambridge Boat Club look like they're continuing to open up their lead. Coming up to the 1,000-meter mark in just over 3 minutes. That's flying for an under 19 women's 8. There's going to be some really quick times in this race too, which is exciting to see. Cambridge Boat Club, another really popular and big boat club down in Boston, Massachusetts. So we've got CRI out of Boston. We've also got Cambridge Boat Club out of Boston. So we've got lots of really good athletes down in that area. Cambridge Boat Club look like they've established a solid lead. They'll want to continue pushing out ahead, making sure that PNRA Mercer are not going to make a move back. All right, we've got 500 meters to go. If Cambridge Boat Club can hang on to this last 500, they should be okay. But when it's a Henley Gold final, you never know what other crews are going to throw at you. Cambridge now into the red buoys. PNRA Mercer also now into the red buoys. Cambridge look like they've been able to hold their lead reasonably well. Cambridge Boat Club clear out in front. Got about 150 meters or so to go. Last few strokes to the finish line. Cambridge Boat Club really opening up now. Really surging that boat towards the finish line. And they will take the Henley Gold. The Harris Fisher Trophy. Congratulations to Cambridge Boat Club in lane 5. Second place, CRI. Well, my apologies. Princeton National Training Center. PNRA Mercer out of lane 6 will take second place. Community Rowing in third. Close finish between those two crews. TBC Racing will take fourth place. Washtenaw will take fifth in lane 3. White Marsh Boat Club will take sixth. 6:24 being the winning time. Congratulations to Cambridge. All right, so we are now looking at the women's senior lightweight quad. A 3-boat final. We've got Ottawa in lane 4, got Argonaut in lane 5, and Leander in lane 6. Despite this being a 3-boat final, this is still going to be a very close race. And we can see from some of the camera shots that the race looks like it's neck and neck. Perhaps some of these camera angles look a bit deceiving, but it looks like it's a very close race. And again, with this being a Henley final, I know for a fact that this will be a close race. No crew's going to want to give an inch to anybody. All these crews look like they're handling the conditions pretty well. Leander Boat Club in lane 6 will want to be careful of their course. They look like they're a little far over to their starboard side buoy line. I'm sure they'll want to try to readjust their course, get back towards the middle. Ottawa Rowing Club looking very strong in lane 4. Looks like there's a little bit of separation amongst the crews now. Looks like Ottawa is starting to pull ahead. Leander Boat Club in lane 6. Not going to go without a fight in this race. Argonaut Rowing Club, same scenario. This is still a very close race. Ottawa making a move in this third 500. They've almost got a boat length. They've got really solid momentum in that boat, and I think that's a huge part of what's carrying them through this third 500. Argonaut and Leander are going to duke it out for second place coming into this last 500. right, coming up to those red buoys. I think Ottawa is still ahead. It appears to be that way. Argonaut Rowing Club trying to make a push in lane 5. The girls in that boat will be urging each other on. They'll want to think about bringing the rate up and trying to get the boat speed right up there with Leander and Ottawa. Wow, this is a close race. All three crews making a solid push for home. They'll still want to think about rowing nice and clean. Ottawa still looks like they have that 1 boat length lead. They will take the Henley Gold ahead of Argonaut in second place, Leander in third. Once again, another great race. 6:41 the winning time. That's moving. Argonaut only 2.5 seconds behind. Those are some close margins. Really solid racing from all three crews. Well done. All right, we can see Cambridge Boat Club from the under 19 women's 8 claiming the victory. Well done to those girls. Next race we've got the under 23 men's lightweight pair fighting for the Tyler King Memorial Trophy. We've got Buffalo Scholastic in lane 2. We've got University of Western Ontario in lane 3, St. Catharines Rowing Club in lane 4, Westside in lane 5, Bear Hills Rowing Association in lane 6, and Ottawa in lane 7. The water is perhaps looking a little bit calmer up at the start. But with the tailwind going down the course, the conditions are going to progressively get a little bit more choppy from the start to the finish. So in a more tipsy boat like the pair, they'll want to think about rowing clean and rowing well and moving together. And that's going to allow your boat to keep moving down the course, especially in the tailwind. They'll be underway in the next couple of minutes. Their boats don't look like they're being affected by the conditions too much, which will be nice for the athletes, especially the bow rowers, who will need to constantly look over their shoulders to adjust their boat. Doesn't look like that's giving them too much trouble, which is nice. All right, athletes sitting up at the catch, getting ready to go. All right, we are underway for the final of the men's under 23 lightweight pair. Lots of adrenaline, lots of nerves for the start of a 2-kilometer race, especially a race like the Henley Final. All 6 crews look like they got away well. The umpire giving a steering correction to, I believe, West Side Rowing Club in lane 5. All right, this seems to be one of the more deceiving camera angles. It looks like bow two's out ahead, but then you see the other boats come into shot, like West Side Rowing Club in lane 5. They look like they're the ones that are out in the lead. Congratulations to Ottawa Rowing Club winning their Henley Gold in the women's senior lightweight quad. The trophies they give out at this regatta are really special. Some of these trophies have been around for over 100 years, which is really cool. All right, West Side Rowing Club look like they're really attacking this race, trying to put themselves ahead. Looks like that tactic's been paying off for them. And it looks like Bear Hill Rowing Association are in second place. Oh, we've got the University of Western Ontario, who look like they're pushing level with West Side. They'll be looking to put their bow ball out ahead in this last 500. All right, 500 meters to go. Who's going to make the push for home? Who's going to be the quickest moving boat on the course? The crews look like they're still rowing really well despite bumpier conditions in this last 500. They'll want to try to stay focused in their boats. You can see the stroke man of Westside Rowing Club taking a few peeks out the boat. Wants to see where he is relative to his competitors. Sometimes when you're coming up into that last 250 meters, it's hard to not want to take a look and see where you are, because you want to win that race. Bear Hills looks like they're making a push. This will be a tighter finish. Bear Hill looks like they may even be ahead at this point. Oh, this is going to be a tight finish. Westside making a push. Westside looks like their push has paid off. They're going to take the Henley Gold. Bear Hills with a solid final push to try to close that gap. Wasn't quite enough for them. They'll take second place. We've got University of Western Ontario who will take third. St. Catharines Rowing Club in fourth place. Buffalo Scholastic in fifth place. We've got Ottawa Rowing Club in sixth. A great race to those crews. Now we're on to the women's under 23 single. Contesting for the Dr. James A. McMullen Memorial Trophy. Got Green Racing Project, who is also known as Craftsbury Rowing. They're in lane 2. We've got another Green Racing Project athlete in lane 3, Craftsbury. Notre Dame in lane 4. Wow, we have 3 Green Racing Project athletes in this race. Huge testament to their program. Ottawa in lane 6. We've got Great Bay in lane 7. Just looking to see where Craftsbury Green Racing Project is based out of. Craftsbury Common VT. I'm going to guess VT is Vermont in the United States. So again, another very solid American rowing program coming up here to race at the Canadian Henley. Really nice to see the Canadian Henley come back after 2 years of being in a COVID-19 pandemic. And I know it's something that all the athletes will be looking forward to as well. Very thankful to be able to come back and get some solid competitive racing under their belts. You can see in that previous shot the newly built Neil Campbell Rowing Center, which people are taking advantage of. Okay, we're now underway in the women's under 23 single. Westside Rowing Club claiming the Tyler King Memorial Trophy in the men's under 23 lightweight pair. I believe they won that race in a time of 6:50. Another quick time. Congratulations to Westside Rowing Club. All right, so we're approaching the first 500 meters of the women's under 23 single. Got Craftsbury in lane 5, who looks like they're out in front. That's Kathleen Castle. Here we can see a nice close-up of Great Bay in lane 7. That's Emmeline Laurence. Looks like she's handling the conditions pretty well. Looks like Great Bay might possibly be fighting for first place alongside Green Racing Project, Kathleen Castle. Looks like the conditions are starting to become a little bit more challenging for the athletes, especially those who are rowing in singles. The athletes will want to make sure they get a good handle of their boats. Want to stay nice and loose and relaxed. Try not to let the conditions throw you around as much. The athletes out in front look like they're handling it well. Great Bay has made a solid push for the lead. Craftsbury lane 5 in second place. Notre Dame looks like she's in third. Ottawa Rowing Club in fourth. All right, we're now in the last 500 meters of the race. It looks like Craftsbury in lane 5 has pulled ahead once again, but we might be able to see where Great Bay is relative to her. It definitely seems like it'll be those two battling it out for the Henley Gold. Coming up to those red buoys. You'll want to stay nice and loose, nice and relaxed, staying focused in your boat. The Great Bay sculler looking really focused. The more focused and internal you can stay in your boat, the faster your boat will go. Great Bay. Great Bay is out in front. She looks like she's going to be the one to take the Henley Gold. Craftsbury, lane 5, will take second place. Great Bay really opened up a gap in that last 500. Well done. Solid racing from those two crews out ahead. We've got Craftsbury Green Racing Project, lane 2. That's Taylor English. She'll finish in 3rd. Ottawa in 4th. Again, these are some really fast times coming out here. Great Bay winning in 7:35. Craftsbury Green Racing, Julia Batson in lane 3. She'll take 5th place. Then Notre Dame Rowing Club will take 6th. Once again, great racing to all 6 athletes. All right, we've got the men's under 17 double final. This I know for a fact is going to be a very competitive race. I had a couple of crews of my own race in this event, and I can tell you it's a very fast one. We've got Y Quad Cities in lane 2, Notre Dame in lane 3, CRI in lane 4, and CRI's got 2 boats in this final. We've got Cambridge Rowing Club in lane 5, Thunder Crew in lane 6, CRI in lane 7. And I've been closely watching the times in this particular event, and it looks as though Thunder Rowing Crew on paper will be the favorites for this event. But given that this is a Henley final, anything can happen. So the crews are on their way now. We can see a close-up of Cambridge Boat Club. Look like they've gotten away really well. There's the crew that are the likely favorites. That's the Thunder Crew with the white blades and white and blue unisuits. Cambridge Rowing Club. I'm sorry, that's CRI. Looks like they'll have to make a course adjustment. Not something you want to have to do. All right, Great Bay Rowing Club taking the under 23 women's single. That's Emmeline Laurence. Congratulations to her. And congratulations on a solid performance. All right, it appears Thunder Crew in lane 6 are just slightly ahead of Cambridge Boat Club in lane 5. Looks like those two crews will be the ones who are going to fight it out for that gold medal. I think they may have opened up an impressive gap on the rest of the field. Community rowing in the background there. Looks like they're having a tough time with the conditions. Rowing in bumpy conditions is not always about how hard you can go, but it's about how well you can row. How good is your technique? The crews out ahead, you can see they're really keeping themselves centered in the boat. They're really tapping down nicely, staying loose and relaxed, and just letting the boat run underneath them. Thunder Crew and Cambridge duking it out here. But it looks like Thunder Crew still has the edge. It'll be interesting to see how the rest of this race pans out. Wow, it's looking really close here. Cambridge look like they might be making a move, putting Thunder Crew under some serious pressure here. Oh, this is going to be a great finish. Just past the 1250 now. Cambridge Boat Club look like they're rowing with real confidence. I think they know that they're rowing through Thunder Crew. I think they know that the momentum is with them now. But will Thunder Crew have something to say about that? Will they be able to respond? You can really see the true class of these two boats out ahead. Cambridge Rowing Club in lane 5, Thunder Crew in lane 6. But all of these crews are really top-notch crews. These crews come from all over North America to compete to be among the best of the best. So to make it into the Henley final is a huge accomplishment for all crews. All right, Cambridge Boat Club and Thunder Crew look like they're going to tussle it out here. In the red buoys now. Both crews not wanting to give up an inch. This is going to be a very tight finish. Thunder Crew look like they still have a tiny advantage. We'll see what happens here. Cambridge look like they're making a move. Oh, this is going to be tight. Cambridge look like they're ahead. Yes, it looks like it'll be Cambridge Boat Club who just takes it away from Thunder Crew by about a third of a length. Very solid race from those two crews. Less than a second apart. 6:45 for an under 17 double. That is incredible. Y Quad Cities will take third place. 7:07. Again, these are some very quick times that are being thrown down by all these crews. Notre Dame will take fourth place. And the two community rowing crews were tussling it out for fifth and sixth, but it looks like community rowing in lane 4 of Gregory Tinkjan and Luke Berkeley Wallers will take that fifth place spot ahead of community rowing in lane 7, Leo Alexander Davidson and Duncan Kilbride. All right, so now we've got the final for the women's under 23 lightweight 4. We've got UVic in lane 4, University of Western Ontario in lane 5, and Ottawa in lane 6. I predict this race to be not much different than the senior women's lightweight quad that we saw earlier. Even though there's only 3 boats in this final, these are 3 very top-notch crews. UVic, I know for a fact, has a very strong women's program. They deliver year after year after year, from winning consecutive Brown Cups to CU's titles. And I know Western Ontario has a very strong women's program as well, winning OUA banners in years past, and even CU's banners in years past. And Ottawa Rowing Club will also have a very strong crew here. Athletes getting up, sitting up at the catch, getting ready to go. And away we go. UVic looked like they got off to a rather explosive start. UVic looks like they might be the ones out ahead. There we can see the winners of the under 17 men's double, the Tank Trophy. That's Cambridge Rowing Club. Oh no, Ottawa Rowing Club. Looks like they've lost their steering. Oh, that'll be devastating for them. But they'll still want to take this time to refocus and get back into their lanes and get back into finding their rhythm. They'll want to be careful of where their boat's going. Otherwise, they could be in for more trouble. UVic and the University of Western Ontario look like they've got a decent handle on their steering. UVic will want to be careful. They'll want to stay off that buoy line. But as I've said before, these conditions are quite challenging. Looks like these conditions are a cross tail. So if it's a cross tail, that means the wind is going to push the boats down the course, but it's also going to push you off to one side. And it looks like crews are being pushed over towards their starboard side, so the wind is going to be coming from the island towards the lane 8 side of the course. So you'll be able to see the crews that have the skill and the experience to rise above such conditions and still be able to keep their boats centered in the course, in the middle of the course, which is what we can see with the University of Western Ontario and the University of Victoria. But even some of the most skilled crews we see out here will still find it difficult. UVic and the University of Western Ontario looking like they're going to have a really good race towards a finish. Looks like that'll be another close race between those two. Coming up towards the 1250. Looks like Western has the slightest of edges. All right, looks like UVic's got the edge now. They've got about a quarter of a length up on University of Western Ontario. I know for a fact that the coaches at the University of Victoria will have done a really good job preparing their crews for the toughest parts of the race. The athletes in those boats will definitely, they will have been trained to have the tenacity and the fight to really push through in the toughest parts of the race in that third 500. We've got Paige Letham in the stroke seat, really setting up a good rhythm for that crew. University of Western Ontario not going to give up without a fight. We saw a couple of looks over at UVic from a couple of the Western Ontario athletes. They'll know in that boat that it's now or never. All right, and those red buoys. Who's going to have the drive? Who's going to be able to surge their bow ball out ahead? In this final stretch, both crews look like they're rowing really well here. UVic looks like they've got an edge, but Western might have something to say about it. UVic's just got to hold on to this lead. They've got a boat length. They'll cross the finish line in first place to take the Henley Gold. Western will take second place. .6:51 the winning time. Ottawa Rowing Club now making their way in towards the red buoys. They look like they've got a better handle of things this time. And they will cross the finish line. Well done to all crews. All right, I'm now going to turn things over to Nancy Storrs, who will commentate now for the Women's Championship Single.
In the start of the Women's Championship Single, racing for the Muir Challenge Cup, in Lane 2, it's North Star, Brianne Miller. Lane 3, Seattle Scullers, Kate Matstrenko. In Lane 4, from Green Racing, Hannah Fitz. Lane 5, Montreal's Elise Brienne. Lane 6, from Orion, it's Karina Feitner. And in Lane 7, from the Row Ontario Canada Games team, it's Kate Wittard. And we've had a start now in this Women's Championship Single. This came from preliminary heats. 2 heats with 3 to qualify. So we're going to really see how these championship single means that they can have been not only on the national team, but they could now actually been entered in any event in this regatta. So we're going to see how well these people can handle the water. The conditions for the regatta have been so calm and beautiful up until now. And finally, we're getting a little bit of chop here. Up at the start, beautiful conditions, and as they come down the course, it gets a little choppier further and further down. On the screen, you can see medals being presented by Carol Purser for the women's under 23 lightweight 4 to the winners from University of Victoria. That was the women's under 23 lightweight 4 racing just previously. And back on the course now, we're just going through the first 500 meter mark, and it is still a very close race between these championship women's singles. Less than a length separating the first three boats now, with North Star, Seattle Scullers, and Green Racing perhaps 1/2 length ahead of Montreal, Orion, and Rowe, Ontario. And let's see what happens now in the second 500. The first 500, good water, easier to handle. Racing start, and now they're into the body of the race where they've settled into their rhythm, and they're now handling the choppier water. So we're going to see how they progress now in this middle 1,000 of the race, and as they come by the boathouse area. I'm sure Kate Wittard from Rowe, Ontario will have a huge cheering squad because she is from here in St. Catharines. As you look on the screen, you can see the Montreal Sculler. That's the red and white of Montreal from Quebec. And you can see it just in the background as they're approaching the 1,000 meter mark. Each of these yellow pylons on the side of the course designates a 500 meter distance. So there are 3 separated pylons with the finish line at the end. So it looks to be a very tight race still. Seattle Scullers maybe has a slight lead. We're going to have to see how they come through the 1,000 meter mark. Stroke rates much lower than normal with these choppier conditions. All of the rowers trying to make sure that they handle the water well and aren't having problems moving the boat well. So normally up in the 34 range, I see now 29 strokes a minute from the Seattle Sculler, Kate Maestrenko. Still very tight now as they come past the boathouse area. Now it looks like it's Montreal and Orion battling it out for first position, with Green Racing just a little bit behind in third place. That's Montreal's Elise Brienne, and Orion on the far side in the bright orange boat, just having a bad stroke there. So Montreal right now trying to take advantage of that. Rowers can see sidewards. They don't normally want to turn around and really look behind them to see where they're going. The quick check is to see where they are, but at the same time it disturbs the rhythm of the boat. So right now, Montreal, Elise Brienne is in the lead, and she is trying to move clear of the field as they come into the choppier water here in this third 500 meters heading towards the finish line. So that has allowed Green Racing's Hannah Fitz to move up into the second position now with Orion in third. And you can see a battle still heading between North Star, Rowe, Ontario, and Seattle Scullers for the 4th, 5th, and 6th position now. But it continues to be Montreal now, starting to struggle. Everyone's starting to struggle with these choppier conditions as they come into the last 500 meters. There's a slight protection from the island, so when they come past that 1,500 meter mark, they get a little bit of a crosswind that can send them off course a little bit. So we're going to see how they handle the water in this last 500 meters. Orion trying to push back. Now up at 30 strokes a minute, trying to make a move here as they come to the finish. It's always difficult when the conditions are hard to make a big change. But let's see who can handle the water and do the best here. It's currently Montreal, Green Racing, Orion coming into the last 250 meters as they come towards those red buoys. That designates the last 250 meters. Always a chance to watch the different oar design. That is the typical Montreal red and white. The red uniform, traditional of Montreal Rowing Club. And as she comes into the last 10 or 15 strokes, it's Elise Brienne of Montreal in the lead in this championship women's single, racing for the Muir Challenge Cup. She's still holding on to that length lead where Orion's Karina Fettner is trying to make a move, but it may be too late. We'll see if she can do it. It was one length separating the two of them. And here comes the final finish. Who's going to have good strokes and fast strokes in this last few strokes? And it looks to be Montreal holding on to that position. And now the battle is for second place. Still, Orion now hold on to that with Green Racing in third. Green Racing from Vermont. Orion from Saratoga Springs, New York. And here we have the third place boat coming across the line. It looked to be Row Ontario, I believe. I'm waiting for the results to come up. But 7:31 for the winning time. About one length ahead of Orion in second position, with Craftsbury Green in third, Row Ontario fourth, Seattle Scullers fifth, and North Star in sixth position. That was the women's championship single, handling those conditions. And as you can see, the umpire waving a white flag. That means the race is declared official, and then the times will be confirmed by the umpires in that finish tower. Each race being followed by one or two of these umpire boats. And now as we look up to the start of the men's championship single, racing for the George F. Galt Memorial Trophy. This also came from preliminary heats, with 3 heats, 2 to the qualify. In lane 1, it's Riverside, Ashton Knight. In lane 3, that was lane 2. In lane 3, Saugatuck, Casey Fuller. Lane 4, Ridley Graduate Boat Club, Lucas Austin. In lane 5, St. Catharines Rowing Club, Matthew Finley. Lane 6, from New York Athletic Club, Sam Melvin. And in lane 7, from Brock University, Stephen Harris. This is the men's championship single as we head into the last few races of the day. You can see the conditions are quite nice up at the start. Just a slight tailwind as the rowers sit calm and relaxed at the start. And we have had a start now. Taking advantage of the good water. Let's see what they can do. See what kind of margin they can get. Again, it's Riverside, Saugatuck, Ridley Grad, St. Catharines, New York Athletic Club, and Brock University. This is the men's championship single. Try to watch the intensity of the rowers as they start off the race, trying to really get their own rhythm. As the camera pans across, that last in the white, that was Ridley Grad. Now we're looking at St. Catharines Rowing Club. And here in New York Athletic Club, from outside, just outside in Pelham, New York, outside New York City. And we have a quick look at the winner of the women's championship single from Montreal, Elise Brienne, receiving the Muir Challenge Cup. And back to the race. Right now looking at Ridley Grad's Lucas Austin on the screen. Again, this is the men's championship single. It looks like we have a battle going between Ridley Grad and St. Catharines in the center lanes. Lanes are seeded from the preliminary races. So these were winners of the preliminary heats, were both Ridley Grad and St. Catharines and New York AC. And through the 500-meter mark, it looks as though St. Catharines might have a slight lead now as we head down the course. You'll notice two of the umpire boats following the races, trying to make sure that there's no problems. They can follow and watch for any issues that might arise. That's Matthew Finley in the red and blue of St. Catharines Rowing Club in the lead. To his left in the yellow shell, that's New York Athletic Club, Sam Melvin. And now they're approaching the 1,000-meter mark, the halfway point in this race. You'll notice rowers looking over their shoulders to see where they are, to see where the opposition is. It looks as though Matt Finley has moved out into a solid lead in this men's championship single. Perhaps almost 2 lengths of open water. We'll see as they go through the next margin. And the battle right now is between Ridley Grad and New York AC for second position, with Ridley Grad having a slight edge here. And just behind them is Saugatuck, Casey Fuller, in lane 3. Legs. Now as they get into the rougher water here in this last 750 meters, we'll continue to watch Matt Finley solidly out in front. Looks as though he's handling that water quite well. Battle now between Saugatuck and Ridley Grad for second position. Looks as though New York AC has dropped back a little bit, with Riverside back in 5th. And now, as they come into the last 400 meters, it continues to be Matt Finley holding on to the lead, trying to make sure that he rows good, clean strokes here, staying in front as he can see the race behind him. He's watching the Saugatuck Ridley, and he's just had one bad stroke. So you never know what happens in this rough water. It's Saugatuck and Ridley fighting it out now in this last 300 meters, fighting it out for second and third position. Always a challenge when you come into the last 500 and it's rough and you're tired and you've got to make sure you row well. I'm sure the crowd's cheering hard now for the local boy, Matt Finley from St. Catharines, in the lead in this men's championship single. Behind him, it looks to be Ridley Grad, Lucas Austin in second position now. As we said, anything can happen in the last few strokes where the water gets rough. Sometimes people have a bad stroke and slide back, so looks as though Ridley Grad has taken second position now. Matt Finley coming into the last 10 strokes of the race in solid control of this men's championship single. And it is still Saugatuck and Ridley battling it out. Saugatuck has just made a move and has taken over second place with Ridley Grad in third. New York Athletic Club coming now in fourth, and that means Riverside will be coming across in fifth. Despite the rough conditions, it is still under 7 minutes, 6:52.7. As we come to the last 3 races of the day, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the future on this course. We have an exciting future coming up. Next year's Canadian Henley 2023 will be the usual dates of August 6 to 13. But in 2024, when the World Championships will be held here on this course, the Canadian Henley is going to be moved up a week, and the 140th will be starting in July and going to August. With the Olympic Games going on, the World Rowing Championships will be hosted here in St. Catharines with the junior, under 23, and non-Olympic world events August 18 to 25, which is one of the reasons that that year the Canadian Henley will be a week earlier. That will be an exciting year for everybody to be back here at Henley. So plan your dates to come back. Next year, 2023, 139th Henley, August 6 to 13. In the starting gates now is our mixed PR3 Coxed 4 event, racing for the Justin Fryer Trophy. The Para Coxed 4 is 2 males and 2 females with a coxswain. And they can be a variety of different disabilities. This happens to be 2 U.S. team entries. Very exciting for them to be able to come up and be a part of the Canadian Henley. And we welcome them and wish them all the best as they prepare for future events. There are very few events where they can have competition in a field, in an atmosphere like this. So we're excited to have the U.S. Para national team here at this year's Canadian Henley. They raced earlier in doubles. And this is one of the para events at the Paralympics and at the World Championships. The para events are a single, which is for arms only, or a PR2, which is arms and trunk. And the PR3 is legs, trunk, and arms. It's a mixed coxed 4. So we have had a start now in the mixed PR3 coxed 4. In lane 4 is the U.S. team with Emil Eldrocker as the coxie, Benjamin Washburn, Alex Flynn, Sage Harper, Sarah Menifee. And in the lane 5 crew from the United States para-national team, coxed by Jennifer Sichel, it's Chris Donnelly, Matthew Simmons, Sarah Kelly, and Joanna Beyer. This is the para PR3 coxed 4. And you'll notice the blades. Those are the blades of community rowing, which is held out of Cambridge, Boston. They are one of the major training centers for para rowing in the United States. And you'll see a variety of different alignments of the crew. Sometimes you'll see the women in the bow and stroke, because you want to make sure the even pressure, even speed, and also the technique can match. If you ever see one of the para rowers wearing blinders, it means that they are they have eyesight disability. And all of these rowers do get classified for their disabilities so that they can be in the different categories of racing at the para events. As I said, there's PR1, which is arms only, and they have a fixed seat and fixed trunk, or PR2, which is legs, arms and shoulders. Their legs are fixed, but they can swing forward and back. And this here is the PR3, coxed 4. They can use the legs, trunk, and arms. It looks as though these rowers are handling the water very well. It's the lane 4 crew with MLE Eldracher as coxie in the lead, followed by Benjamin Washburn, Alex Flynn, Sage Harper, and Sarah Menifee. Looks as though they have the females in bow and stroke position with the males in the middle. "33 strokes a minute for that lead boat, doing very well. Just behind them is the other U.S. Para National Team entry with Jennifer Sichel coxing, Chris Donnelly, Matthew Simmons, Sarah Kelly, and Joanna Byer. They're just now past the 1,000-meter mark. This is our lead boat here, the lane 4. You'll notice the bow marker had a Z or Z4. The bow numbers are alphanumeric, which allows the umpires an easier time to be able to identify what race each boat is in. So all the Z boats are in the same race, and the next race will be the A category, A event. We can see on the screen medal presentation going on. You'll see the official photographer. He takes pictures with the water in the background, and then they turn around and they always have pictures with the grandstand in the background. So now, coming through the 1,250-meter mark, this is our second place crew, the U.S. Para National Team entry. And here they have the females in bow and 3 position, both on starboard, with the males on port side in 2 and 4. Now their stroke rate is more like about a 29. And now they're just starting to come into the rougher conditions, so we'll see how well they can handle it. There's a chance to watch the technique. If you notice carefully, the rower in 3 seat, she actually has 1 leg rowing. So there are a variety of different disabilities. She's using that left leg to power the oar through. And now we're looking up at the first place crew, the lead boat. You'll notice the community boats, if you've been watching the races, they're all red. They ordered all red shells, and it's one of the ways that we can identify, not only with the oar design, with the wave and the black and white, but also with the red shell. So here they come into the last 200 meters now, the para mixed PR3 coxed 4, racing for the Justin Fryer Trophy. That crew has been going all the way down the course at 32.5 strokes a minute, looking very solid. Not having troubles with the rough water at all. And here they come towards the finish line, in fact, bringing up the rate for a finish. For them, this is an opportunity to race, an opportunity to sprint. Excellent job from the U.S. Para National Team crew in lane 4. It's very difficult to get the para teams together. It's not like a club where you can have lots of rowers around. Very often the para rowers are from different centers, and they come together just for camps or for regattas. So this is an opportunity for the U.S. team not only to perform here, but to get together and have a training camp for a day. They got to practice yesterday, and now they're racing today. So congratulations to our second entry from the U.S. Para National Team. We're going to be finishing off with the final 2 races of the day, the championship 8 races, first for the women and second for the men. For those in the St. Catharines area, there will be, or should I say Niagara area, we're heading into the Canada Summer Games throughout the Niagara area. Racing started in different sports just today in week 1 of the Canada Summer Games, with the rowing events in the second week. And coming up to the medal platform is our U.S. Para National Team entry, our Lane 4 race. Winners of the Justin Fryer Trophy, congratulations. Emily Eldrocker, the coxswain. Benjamin Washburn, stroke, except I think he wasn't the stroke. Alex Flynn, Sage Harper, and Sarah Menifee. Because if I remember right, we had the women in bow and stroke positions. Always interesting to see. Having spoken with one of these rowers earlier today, he commented that they have not rowed together until they've come to this event. And in fact, I can see the purple hat from Williams College. He said he has recently come to the para rowing program. He works in New York City and has no time to be able to row, so he has to train either on a rowing machine or when he can come to camps. So it is a challenge to put together these para crews. So it's really exciting that they came to the Canadian Henley Regatta and had the opportunity to race here. As you are looking at the screen, perhaps you can have a moment to look inside the shell that is on the dock. You can see the riggers sticking, how they are attached to the boat. You can see how the oars are across the boat right now. You can see the seat. For those of you that are not familiar with rowing, the seat is on a track that slides back and forth, which allows them to use the legs most efficiently. The feet are attached, the seat slides, so when they put the oar in the water, the idea is that they move the boat past the oar. It's not that they're moving their seat. They're actually driving this with their feet solid in the boat, but they're driving the boat past that spot the oar goes in the water. That's a quick lesson for those of you that are not familiar with rowing, that are watching right now and seeing this sport for perhaps your first time. So you'll notice they sit in, and then they're going to put their feet into the shoes. They have if you'll notice the guy in the purple hat, he's lifted up a string. That's called a quick release, so that way, if anything were to happen, it would be easy for the rowers to get out of the boat. If the boat were to tip over or hit something and have an emergency, they can easily, quickly release their shoes and hop and get out of the boat. So that was another safety feature that was put up. There are a number of safety features in these boats. On every boat, there's a white ball on the bow, and that allows not only the officials to see the boat as it crosses the finish line, but it also saves for a safety issue in case there's a collision. A soft rubber ball is meant to be on the bow of the boat. There were incidents back in the past, in years gone by, where there were no bow balls, and it was just a hard bow of the boat. And in fact, a famous Canadian sculler had a major accident in Germany, and the bow of a boat went through her leg, and they had to remove it to get her out safely for surgery and to get her leg put together again. Amazingly enough, she raced at the Olympics 6 weeks later and got a bronze medal. So the safety aspect of a bow ball is now required and checked. As every boat goes out to race, the bow ball is checked and the feet are checked to make sure there's a safety issue. So as each crew went out to race for this entire regatta, they would stop at a booth. They would have their boat checked for the safety issues, whether it is a bow ball or the heel ties, to make sure the heels could only rise a certain amount, again for safety issue, to make sure there was that pull string. And then each boat would receive and then the photo identification was checked on each rower to make sure that it was the crew that had been registered for the race. And then each boat would get their bow number clipped onto the bow with the alphanumeric lettering. As I said, that the last race was a Z or Z, and this next race in the Women's Championship 8 will be the 8A, A3, A4, and A5. We have a 3-boat race coming up in the Women's Championship 8. This is a final only. It did not come from preliminary heats. So now looking at your screen, you can see the boats approaching the start. The boats are meant to come into the starting gates in order so that as they turn and back into their starting position, they're not impeding the boat behind them. So we're right now looking at Vesper Boat Club, which is the middle boat of the 3. And you can just see the Row Ontario boat is to the side of them. And this way, they're not affecting each other as they turn around and back into their starting platform. So Row Ontario in the white shell with the white tops. The Row Ontario crew getting ready for the Canada Summer Games, which their racing will be in just over a week and a half. First race for the Canada Games rowing will be on the 17th. So they have 10 days of training to get ready for this interprovincial Canada Summer Games coming up. So right now on the screen is the Argonaut Boat Club from Toronto backing into the starting gates. See the blue and blue stripes? That's Argonaut Boat Club. You'll see the coxswain turning around to see how they're backing up. The rowers can also assist in backing up to back up straight as they aim towards the platform, with one or more rowers on one side pushing a little bit more. Backing up just nice and slowly so they come back and the rower on the platform will be able to hold on to them. So the 3-boat race with Argonaut rowing in lane 3, Vesper Boat Club from Philadelphia in lane 4, and the Row Ontario entry in lane 5. Right here you can see the rowers trying to keep the boat straight in the lane. The coxswain is looking carefully to make sure they're straight. Any steering done slows the boat down, so the coxswain wants to make sure they're as straight as possible as they start the race. And now it's panned over to the Row Ontario entry in the white tops, in the white shell. So we're looking across right now from the camera boat on the water. You can see the umpire boat on the right. They will pull in right behind the boats and follow the race down. And we're getting ready for the start of this Women's Championship 8, the second last race of this year's 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. And they're off. All of these rowers knowing that they want to take advantage of the better water here in the first 500 meters of the race course. That's Row Ontario on the right in lane 5. The yellow boat in the middle, that's Vesper Boat Club from Philadelphia in lane 4. And on the left, it's Argonaut Boat Club from Toronto in lane 3 with the blue and blue blades. As we get this nice close-up, it's a chance for you to watch the technique, watch the power of the legs, watch the swing of the bodies, and watch the arm coming in. But then they need to make sure the oars come out of the water as cleanly and together as possible. The rhythm of the boat is so effective to help everyone row well and to make the boat go fast. They're through the first 500 meters. It looks as though Row Ontario might have a slight lead here. But now as they come into the choppier water, let's see who can row the best and row the fastest. Vesper Boat Club not giving way. Vesper, one of the traditional older clubs in the United States. Always a strong competitor in men's and women's rowing. The Row Ontario crew is a mix of rowers from throughout Ontario who were selected for this Canada Summer Games team. They come from a variety of different clubs and school programs, and they've just come together, in fact, in the last few days to get ready for this Canada Summer Games. Some of them had been competing either at the under 19 or under 23 World Rowing Championships and just came back from Italy. And it looks as though Row Ontario has moved clear of Vesper Boat Club in second position, with Argonaut currently in third. That's 34 strokes a minute for the Row Ontario crew. Again, we're looking to make sure that they're rowing cleanly in the rougher water, especially as they come into this last 600 meters. Cleanly means the oars go in without missing too much water. As they reach out, they want to make sure the oars go in at the full reach, not missing too much water, but also go in and not go too deep, because then they're essentially lifting the boat up. They want to push the boat past their oars. In and out as cleanly and effectively as they can. And here's a wonderful stern shot of the crew. You can see how they're all very much in time. You can see, in fact, one side reaching out all together, and look at the other side reaching out together on their side. And it looks as though Ontario has moved very far clear now, a commanding lead over Vesper Boat Club, who is still trying to hang on to that second position over Argonauts. And right now, I'm sure The Row Ontario crew is not just trying to win the race, they're trying to prepare themselves for a very tough Canada Summer Games coming up ahead. They want to go for time, they want to go for speed, they want to show how fast they can be, so that when they're going against the teams from other provinces, whether it's British Columbia or Nova Scotia or Alberta or whatever, they want to make sure that they are primed and ready. And here they come across the line, just over that 6:10 mark. That's Row Ontario getting their first race under their belt, getting ready for the Canada Summer Games. And here comes Vesper Boat Club in second position. And following them, it's Argonaut from Toronto. Argonaut Boat Club rowing right on the lake shore in Toronto. So it looks as though the men are backing into the starting gate, so I'll give a quick shout out to the Row Ontario winning crew, coxed by Georgia Greenwood, Maya Meshkalite, Haley Mercury, Tegan Orth, Mallory Jones, Zoe Durchak, Stella Bittman, Fiona Elliott, and Sita McDonald. Good luck as they head towards the Canada Summer Games, and congratulations on winning the Brock University 25th Anniversary Trophy for the Women's Championship 8. And now, as they head into the starting gates, the Men's Championship 8, the last race, event 84 of this 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Row Ontario in lane 2, Mendota in lane 3, Buffalo Scholastic in lane 4, Mendota in lane 5, a composite crew of St. Catharines at Vic City and UVic in lane 6, and Marietta Training Center in lane 7. This is the Men's Championship 8, racing for the Craig Swayze Memorial Trophy. This should be an exciting and aggressive race. It is a final only, so they did not come from preliminary races, so that means we don't know where the winners will be situated in the race course. In previous events from heats, the winners would be in the center lane, so we're going to see an opportunity from someone on the outside to surprise the others. Mendota has had a number of wins through this regatta with the under 23 and senior pairs and fours. So we'll see how they can do now in this men's championship 8. Buffalo Scholastic, I believe they may have won or been second in the under 19 men's race, and we see them on the left of the screen right now. And Mendota in lane 5 is currently on the right of the screen. And currently on the screen now is our winning crew of the Women's Championship 8 from Rowe, Ontario. Congratulations and good luck as they head to Canada Summer Games. Georgia Greenwood, Maya Mescalite, Haley McCurry, Tegan Orth, Mallory Jones, Zoe Durchak, Stella Bittman, Fiona Elliott, and Sita McDonald. Congratulations, winning the championship women's 8 for the Brock University 25th Anniversary Trophy. And we'll go back to the start for the men's championship 8 race. Looks as though the rowers are sitting ready. Again, it is Rowe, Ontario, Mendota, Buffalo Scholastic, Mendota, composite crew of St. Catharines, Vic City, UVic, and Marietta. And already you see some of these crews settling into a little bit more of a controlled rhythm. This should be a very exciting fast race. Last race of the 138th Canadian Henley, event 84. 84 races we've had with finals. So here we are, 1 minute into the race, and you can already see the beginning of the 500-meter pylon. This is going to be an extremely fast race, despite the rough conditions. So that looks to be Mendota with a slight lead there. That's Mendota in lane 3. So it looks to be Mendota in the lead. That's the St. Catharines Vic City UVic entry in the dark jerseys with the coxswain wearing the blue. Battling it out with them, neck and neck. That's Mendota in lane 5. The St. Catharines Vic City UVic entry in lane 6. Actually listed as UVic. University of Victoria, I should say. But the red and white stripes, that's Mendota in lane 5. And in a composite crew, you will notice the rowers are meant to wear their club colors. So you will see different shirts on that crew. Stroke for stroke, looking like a very tight race here. Who will handle the choppier water now as they come into the last 750 meters? It's Mendota with almost a third of a length lead over St. Catharines, Vic City, University of Victoria in second position. As you can see the buoys across the course, that'll give you an indication of the exact margin. It was almost 1/2 of a length actually now, as they went through the 750 meters to go. Now we're getting into the rougher conditions. We're going to see if we start to see a little more splashing water. So far it looks as though they're all very clean, very solid in the water. But it looks as though Mendota has moved out to a little bit more of a length now, almost a length lead now. First and second. Looks as though Buffalo Scholastic could be in third position with the other Mendota crew in fourth, but it looks very close between third, fourth, and fifth. But the battle continues between first and second with those two crews in the middle. Mendota trying to stay clear, being prepared for any sprint from a crew next to them. As they can see across, they know if the other boat's starting to move, and they can respond to any action of another crew. But it does look to be Buffalo Scholastic in third. And here they come into the last 250 meters. It continues to be Mendota in lane 5, coxed by Jonah Rain. Watching from the grandstand, not a big crowd in the grandstand still, as this is the last race of the regatta. It's Mendota, now a full length in front of the St. Catharines, Vic City, University of Victoria entry. A little more splashing water here as they come into the finish of the race. And there they are across the line. Mendota having won a number of races throughout the regatta. That's Mendota, where they come from the University of Wisconsin. Currently across the line there in third, Buffalo Scholastic. Rowe, Ontario in fourth. Mendota in lane 3 in fifth. And followed by Mariota Training Center in lane 7 in sixth position. That was a 5-minute 32 race with about 5-second margin over the University of Victoria, St. Catharines, Vic City. Again, looking on the screen, you can see the umpire raising a white flag. What they do is they wait to see that nobody raises a hand in protest. They raise the white flag, and then the umpires in the finish tower in the background will certify the race as official, and will send the results over for the commentators in the award presentations. So that was Mendota with a 5:32.7 win in the men's championship race. Waiting for the official results, though, unofficially. And the University of Victoria, Vic City, St. Catharines entry in second position, followed by Buffalo Scholastic, Rowe, Ontario, Mendota, and Marietta. Each of the trophies for this regatta are traditional, have been presented for many, many years. As we said, this is the 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, and some of these trophies are almost 100 years old. Some of them are magnificent, and some of them are very creative or artistic. They're beautiful, historical, and you see on the side, each team has a small plaque with the names of the crew on the side of the trophy. So each of these trophies not only is designated for the event, but then has the winners' names on the side plaques. Often they have to add another layer on the trophy to add space for the extra plaques. So as the crew waits for the official results and to be told to go into the awards dock, there are boat holders that will grab their oars and allow them to get out of the boat nice and safely and easily. Through this regatta, there are almost 3,000 volunteers assisting with, 300 volunteers assisting with this regatta. That can be anything from checking the boats on their way out the course, being dock masters to make sure the boats can come in and out on the dock, safety boats to make sure things are running fine, safely on the water or helping with any problems, boat holders who will hold the boats at the start, officials who are assisting in every capacity, whether it's with the weigh-in room or the finish tower or with the timing or with the aligning of boats or with the starting of races, assisting in so many different capacities. There are people on land assisting with, whether it's assisting at the office or with weigh-ins. So many different volunteers helping in so many capacities. And even this year, coming back after COVID, it's been a challenge getting more and more officials to assist. So on the screen, we see now the Mendota winning crew celebrating a little bit at the dock as they get ready to head over for their medal presentations. You'll notice they all stand in their seat order. That way the names can be read out by the grandstand announcer to the spectators. This is the Men's Championship 8 winners from Mendota, winning the Craig Swayze Memorial Trophy. The coxswain, Jonah Rain. The crew, Josh Golbus, Joseph Cleary, Dylan Green, Breck Duncan, William Klipstein, Sebastian Morel, Garrison Waugh, and Joshua Wecking. That's the Mendota winning crew from Lane 5 of the Men's Championship 8. Each rower gets a medal, and there is a plaque which will go to the club or coach, and the trophy stays with the regatta, but is presented and is in all of the photographs. Henley gold to Mendota. And that's the excitement of Canadian Henley, is that there's only gold. A challenge for many rowers to come back year after year to try to win that elusive medal. And that was our final presentation, the 84th event of this 138th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. The excitement of 2022 coming back to Henley. We've had such a successful, exciting year, and I'm so glad that everybody has come back to participate in this event. This live stream will be on YouTube immediately for anybody who wants to watch in the future. And we welcome everybody back for next year's Canadian Henley, which will be August 6 to 13, the 139th Henley. And in 2024, the Henley will be 1 week earlier. The 140th Canadian Henley will be starting in July 28th until August 4th, so that St. Catharines can be hosting the World Rowing Championships that year, 2024, August 18 to 25. The World Junior, Under 23, and non-Olympic world events will be held at St. Catharines, August 18 to 25. Come be a part of the event. Assist in any way possible. It is so exciting to share in the events. Next year's World Championships for the under-19s are the beginning of August, overlapping the Canadian Henley in Paris, France, the under-19 Worlds, with the World Rowing Championships in September next year in Belgrade, Serbia. And then the Olympic year, when the Worlds will be held here, the Olympic rowing is just before or in between the Canadian Henley. Overlapping a little bit, the Olympic rowing will be in Paris, France in 2024, July 27 to August 4th. Lots of racing, exciting racing coming up in the coming 2 years. We hope everybody will be a part of it and come back to Henley, especially next year. We call this the comeback to Henley this year, but next year is even more important. We know it's going to be bigger and better. There are some years where the Canadian Henley has wait lists of their entries because there are so many people entered. This year we were down to about 1,500 or 1,700 entries, and between the COVID problems and hotel challenges due to Canada Summer Games, a number of rowers could not be a part of the event. So we're looking forward to a bigger entry next year, and I know that there will be even tighter competition as we head there. We know that the United States was rowing a lot more than we were up here in Canada as we were held back by the COVID policies. So we're really looking forward to everybody being healthy, fast, and fit next year and coming back to Henley. So thank you all for participating in this year's event. We hope to see not only more rowers back, more volunteers back, and spectators for the 139th Canadian Henley next year. Thank you all for being a part of the event. And we're signing off.